in all the, so we have 4 languages. So it's good morning, it's bonjour, buenos dias, buongiorno, salam alaikum. Welcome to this event, side event hosted by IRAP, International Road Federation, and PIARC. We are here for the 10 steps to 2030 for safer road infrastructure, and I am really delighted to have the chance to welcome you all in the beautiful city of Marrakesh, in the beautiful country of Morocco. My name is Susana Zamataro. I am the Director General of the International Road Federation, and I have the great honor and pleasure to be your moderator, at least for this first initial part of the event. Beside the people in the room, we also have the event is being live web stream, and so I greet as well, I can't see you, but we greet as well all those who are following from far away through the internet. I have quite some papers because I have quite some things to tell you before we really get started today. I please ask the delegations joining us to come forward. Thank you so much for that. I think you've seen it when you enter the room. A coffee break will be shorter because we're starting a little bit later, but will be served right outside the room. Toilets, important, are also located right outside the door on your right. We have interpretation, we're understanding English, in French, in Spanish, and in Arabic. And as I told you, the event is being also live streamed and is available on the NARSA website. Today's proceedings are being recorded, and the recordings will be made available on the IRAP website, I understand. Social media is important, not just to have nice selfies and make us look nice on social media, but social media is also a way in which we make this work known to those who don't have a chance to sit in this room today. So please make sure you get the right hashtag and get the buzz moving. Because we're safety people, I think I would say a word as well on safety in case of evacuation, and I hope we don't get there. Make sure you go on your left as you leave the door, and you take the stairs down quickly, but not running. Thank you very much. Now, with the housekeeping rules, you have certainly seen the agenda for today, very packed program, wonderful set of speakers, so I won't steal more time to these wonderful speakers. I would like immediately to pass the floor to Greg Smith. He's the acting CEO and Global Program Director in the International Road Assessment Program, IRAP. He will give us a quick overview on partnerships for a world free of high-risk roads. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Susanna. And good morning, everyone. Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here today in this special session on the 10-step plan for safer road infrastructure. Absolute pleasure to be here with you. We're here today and all of this week to talk about road safety. In fact, the enormous challenge of poor road safety. Every year, more than 1 million people die on our roads and more than 50 million people suffer injuries. Far too many of us, this hits far too close to home. Almost all of us know someone who's been involved in a serious crash that has had a profound effect on their life. Many of the costs of road crashes are hidden, but they're nonetheless there, and they're very large. But that also means the payoff for bold action on road safety is very significant. When we halve road deaths and injuries in the countries, we know that these economic benefits are very large. It can equate to an additional 15 to 22% of GDP per capita income growth in developing countries. We know that human capital, that is people, are the most powerful engine for sustainable and inclusive economic growth. We have a chance this week at this ministerial conference to prioritise road safety, ensuring that lives and families are not forever changed by preventable crashes. All of us use roads every single day. Arguably, no other agency in a country impacts people's lives more than a road agency. The road safety treatments that agencies can implement are like vaccines for roads. They can help eradicate road death and injury. We know that each time you improve the star rating of a road, we halve the crash cost per kilometre travelled. Treatments like traffic calming, safety barriers, bicycle paths, street lights, sidewalks and crossings, and intersections improvements can have a profound effect on the safety of a road environment. Safe road environments are also sustainable. We know that when people feel safe using a road, they're more likely to feel comfortable walking and cycling and using public transport. Evidence has also shown the enormous impact that infrastructure safety and speed management efforts can make. Research with Johns Hopkins University found that road projects which included safety components and made use of the IRAP methodology have already prevented an estimated 700,000 deaths and serious injuries. That number is set to grow as we know that safe roads, day in, day out, can prevent deaths and injuries. Of course, more research is needed, but we know that building more safety into city streets, arterial roads and highways will save more lives. The need for this is really urgent. Globally, we have a target of reducing deaths and injuries by 50% by 2030. That's just 5 years from now. Many countries have had very impressive improvements, but just as many are having a major challenge with road safety. In many, the situation is getting worse. Globally, we are not on track to hit the target. But we can fix that problem quickly by targeting the road networks that carry a lot of the traffic and where there's higher risk infrastructure. Global road safety performance targets number 3 and 4 challenge us to make sure that new roads and existing roads are safe for all road users. So in particular, target 4 says that we aim to get roads carrying most travel in a country, that is 75% of travel in a country, to the 3-star or better safety rating for every road user. At first glance, that might seem a daunting task, finding the roads where 75% of travel occurs. But it's much less daunting when you consider that 75% of travel in a country typically happens on less than 10% of the country's roads, between 5 and 10%. That 5 to 10% of roads typically account for more than half of the road deaths in a country. So here in Morocco, for example, 75% of travel is likely to occur on about 8,000 kilometres of roads. Targeting those roads over a decade, so that would be targeting just 1% of the nation's network each year, with affordable, practical safety treatments is achievable, and it will have lasting impact for the entire nation. If you take that thinking globally, if we can elevate 75% of travel for all road users to the 3-star or better standard, we could prevent more than 300 million deaths and injuries over 20 years. Road trauma levels would drop by 1/3 globally, and for every dollar invested, there would be $8 saved in terms of crash costs avoided. That's why we're here to talk today about the 10-step plan. It offers an important pathway for countries to get to targets 3 and 4. The plan is a product of the UN Road Safety Collaboration, and it lays out a framework that countries can follow, adapt, or borrow from to drive safety in a way that matches their situation. The plan is useful for developing countries and developed countries alike. It deals with the management of infrastructure safety, design standards, capacity, safety assessments, road safety audits, and finance. And as you'll hear today, elements of the plan have been implemented widely with great success. I'd also just like to highlight to everyone here, but especially those of you from road agencies, that there is a community of organisations and experts that are here to help. Our experience has been that the best progress happens when we work in partnership together with a common cause for saving lives. In the lead up to this event, IRF and the FIA Foundation, we've been running a campaign on safer roads and mobility. That's resulted in more than 160 pledges from 80 countries for support. That includes from design companies, leading universities, NGOs and associations, mobility clubs and the private sector. There are also development banks, investors and donors very interested in financing good road safety projects. There are established road assessment programs around the world that can help. So in short, for road agencies that are trying to tackle the road safety problem, the community is here to help you and back you. Just to finish, road safety is not just a transport challenge. It's one that covers all of development. It has links to health, well-being and economic growth. Everyone deserves to make it home from every trip safely. So in today's session, I encourage you all to share your ideas and experiences and share your efforts to make every journey a safe one. And with that, I encourage you all to get to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg, and I'm happy to see the room filling up, everybody getting their badges and more people joining us online. Greg rightly said that. What brings us here today is certainly a lot of passion for what we are doing, because there cannot be anything more rewarding than saving lives. But what brings us here today is also fantastic partnerships that really deliver on those targets. Those partnerships would have not been possible with the support of the United Nations Road Safety Fund. And so it's my great pleasure and honor to welcome to the stage now Neka Harry. She's the head of the fund, and the fund has been behind all these projects that we have a chance to celebrate and present to you today. Neka, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today to talk about this great work that the UN Road Safety Fund has had the pleasure of sharing the journey with the countries, but also with partners like IRF and IRF and PRC. Greg, you already kind of shared a little bit of overview, but I'll still repeat a few of the key points that I think it's worth mentioning. And then I'll get into a little bit of the real core of why the UN Road Safety Fund is behind these kinds of projects. We already heard that this initiative of the 10-step plan was developed by the United Nations Road Safety Collaboration, but it was sitting there without being implemented. And so for the first time, we were able to, as the UN Road Safety Fund, but we're looking forward to coming back in a year's time to talk about great results as well. I'll stop there, and thank you for your attention.
So we are catching a little bit on the schedule, I think. And now it's my great pleasure to step into my role of panel moderator and welcome to the stage our distinguished panelists. I would like to invite to the stage His Excellency, the Honorable Minister for Roads of Tanzania, Abdallah Ulega. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage. You can sit in the middle. I want to welcome to the stage, I'm not sure the Senegalese delegation is here or not. Give me a sign. Maybe Nathalie then can step in for us. Nathalie Chiavassa, I'm pronouncing your name in the Italian way. I'd like to welcome to the stage also Wei-Min Ren, is the chair of the United Nations Road Safety Fund Steering Committee and the director of the Transport Division from UNESCO. I'd like to welcome to the stage my president, the president of the International Road Federation, Mr. Dimitris Mandalotzes. Come on this side as well. And I'd like to call to the stage also Saul Billingsley, Executive Director of the FIA Foundation. Last but not least, Patrick Maléjac, Secretary General of the World Road Association. Patrick, you can come. You can come on this side, and while I'm screening the room to see whether Natalie is joining us, and maybe she can jump on stage. But let me first move forward. Are you all good? I feel a bit lonely as a woman here, but I thank you so much for accepting the invitation to come. I'm gonna switch to the other microphone for the technicians and take a seat. Getting there. You're dealing with a Sicilian who didn't have espresso this morning, so please deal with me. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation to be with us, Minister. We're really honored for your presence today, and I really want to take the opportunity to start with you. The Tanzania 10-step project is not only the very first one, the pilot, but also very close to our hearts for many of the teams here, for the IRF, IRAP, and the PIARC. We all have personally been involved, and it has been a wonderful, rewarding experience for all of us. So I'd like to give you the opportunity to tell us a little bit more about what the 10-step project has delivered in the country, and share this wonderful experience with the rest of the audience. Many countries are listening as well, and they can certainly take some inspiration from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suzanne, and good morning, everyone. I thank you very much for this opportunity, and it is my glad me and my team. I am with a big team here from Tanzania. Kindly allow me to introduce in a minute my chief executive for the Tanzania Road Agency, Mr. Muhammad. Yes, and some other staffs from the Tanzania Road Agencies. Please, you all stand up. Thank you very much. And the team of the senior citizens who are looking for this business of road safety in our country, Mr. Joseph Haule and Mr. Bishanga. So thank you very much. After that, Tanzania is the first country in the world to implement the United Nations road safety collaboration for safer road infrastructure. And our objective was to reduce the traffic fatalities and injuries in Tanzania by building the institutional capacity to improve road infrastructure safety, and to pilot the approach with concrete action on planned and ongoing road projects. So we took about 30 months for our implementation, from October 2020 up to March 2023. And the project was funded by the United Nations Road Safety, UK Aid, and the Global Road Safety Facilities. And we thank you for the support, the United Nations, UK Aid, and the Global Road Safety. Thank you very much. So, under the guidance of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the project was implemented by a consortium of the International Road Federation, IRAP, the World Road Association, and the Tanzania Roads Association, TARA, together with the government of Tanzania through the Ministry of Works and all relevant national stakeholders. We have achieved we have achieved some important milestones. One is having a national road infrastructure safety strategy and action plan. We have it now. And recommendations for revision of the Tanzania Road Geometric Design Manual. We have the manual now in Tanzania, and to ensure that they address road safety for all road users and meet the specific needs of vulnerable road users. But again, through this, we established a Tanzania Road Assessment Program, the TANRAP, and the development of a new national training, accreditation, and certification scheme that supports the acquisition of new skills, the continuous improvement, and extension of existing skills to support the routine and regular development of safer roads in Tanzania and the wider region through the Regional Center of Excellence for Road Safety. But again, supports new road safety targets and builds institutional capacity to sustain the National Safer Road Infrastructure Plan and National Road Assessment Program. So through this program, over 569 local stakeholders, professionals, trained in road safety engineering, road safety audits, ERAP assessment, and on-the-job learning, and starting of designs, road assessment, to support the implementation and evaluation of the Tanzania 10 Steps project. Primary data collection and analysis using the ERAP methodology were performed for approximately 1,013 kilometers of existing roads and 910 kilometers of designs. More than 10,000 kilometers of roads and designs have now been assessed using the IRAP methodology in Tanzania. So these are the achievements and the best practices through the 10 Steps project in Tanzania. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Indeed, a very comprehensive approach, and that's what makes actually the 10-step approach so successful. It's just that we're not going to work only on a strategy or an action plan or some training. We took all of it, and it was indeed quite some work over the past 3 years. Wonderful team. I also want to acknowledge all the teams involved, and we have our lead trainer, Miguel Angel Serrano Santos, also in the room, spending hours training the auditors that we certified. I want to turn to Patrick. Patrick Maléjac is not only Secretary General of PIARC and my great colleague, but he was also, like me and many others, on the front line delivering this project in Tanzania. Patrick, PIARC is the lead association when it comes really to bring together the road agencies. Can you illustrate a little bit what was the role of PIARC within the project?
Thank you, Susanna. I will start by highlighting that how great it is to be working with men and women, actually. Seriously, we have a gender inclusion and diversity strategy at PIARC. Our new president, Emanuela Stocchi, is in the room. She was elected a few months ago, and she's a woman from Italy, and Susanna, of course, and Neka. So it's really important when we talk about roads and when we talk about road safety to be extremely inclusive of all the transportation system users, not only men. And I would also like to thank, obviously, IRAP and IRF for this event today, and our colleagues who've been instrumental in developing these plans. So back to Tanzania. At PIARC, the World Association, we have 129 governments as lead members, as well as industries, engineering companies, universities, and we're based on volunteer work. And in terms of road safety, our lead colleagues here in Tanzania were led by John Milton from USA, who devoted his precious time to supporting this project. And what we did is take part in a road safety engineering training program, in a national road safety workshop, in a road safety infrastructure strategy and action plan, as the minister said, and in the revision of road design standards. What I would like to highlight is a couple of key words there. A training program, it's about capacity building. It's all very well to say that there are reports available, that the knowledge is just there waiting to be used, but you need to train people. It takes time. It's not instantaneous. National strategy, infrastructure needs to be part of a global strategy, and it also means that decision makers at the highest level in Tanzania, and again, thank you to the minister and his colleagues for the investment and leadership that they have demonstrated, that they all build that into a comprehensive plan that is adopted, prioritized at the highest level in the country. And design standards, which were updated, it also, this highlights that we need to adapt whatever knowledge is available to local conditions. We need to take into account existing legislation in the country. We need to take into account local, sociology, local geography as well. So it's a delicate work that needs to be done, and we are very proud at PAYAC to have been able to be engaged and to support this project. As I was saying, our lead experts are volunteers from all over the world, so they devote their precious time to the work that they feel is relevant for their agencies. And based on that extremely positive experience in Tanzania, our leadership and our experts decided that it was worth the while continuing in Tanzania. And thank you to IRAP and the United Nations, and of course the IRF for involving PAYAC in this project. So Ahmed Santini, who's in the room as well, from Tunisia, is our lead expert who will be representing PAYAC in this project. And we're now developing a training session on the online road safety manual that we have, and a seminar that would take place just a few weeks, actually, a couple of months from now. And I will develop the road safety manual a little bit later, but these will be really exciting events, hopefully, for local experts and local practitioners of roads and road safety, but also for the international community. I will conclude by saying that it goes both ways. I firmly believe that it's not only international experts coming to one country and telling people what they should do. Those international experts can also learn from local experts about the local conditions, their experience, and feed that back into their international recommendations. Thank you, Susanna.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Yes, indeed. So 10-step, it's really the framework, the capacity, the institutional capacity building exercise, but it's also a lot about practice. So building the skills of the professional in the country locally for them to be able to deliver. I welcome to the stage as well Natalie Chiavassa. She's the Safer Roads lead for Africa within the IRAP team. And she's also the woman and the professional behind the newly launched and started a 10-step Senegal. So Natalie, thank you for joining us. And I want to bring you on the conversation as well to tell us a little bit more about the 10-step Senegal that just started a few weeks ago.
Thank you, Susanna. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so I'm representing Senegal for once. We started the 10-step in Senegal in January. Everyone is very enthusiastic, especially because it's the first time a 10-step is implemented in a French-speaking country in Africa, and the challenges are huge in transforming the way we plan and implement road infrastructure, safer roads for all users. So this project will really reinforce and build the technical local capacities in a way that is very inclusive and participative. All activities, all the project is really designed to be implemented by national forces all together. It's not that yes, we bring capacities, we bring tools, we bring knowledge, but it's really to contribute to a national effort.
Thank you very much, Natalie, for that. And I want to tell you, of course, you've seen the agenda. We have an extensive program. You will hear more and more on all the things we're mentioning here today, including the capacity building exercise in the panel this afternoon as well. I want to turn now, please, to Sol, FI Foundation. And thank you again for bringing us and making all this work possible, as well for the support that you give to the event, but also to the IRAP. So the foundation has, as it's at the center, at the core of its vision, redesigning transportation to put people first. So how do you see, with that vision, the 10th step, contributing in the delivery of that vision?
Thanks, Susanna. Good morning, everyone. I think 10 Steps is very exciting as an initiative. The foundation hasn't been directly involved in it, but through our core funding of IRAP, through our support over several years for the UN Road Safety Fund, and back in the day we helped set up the World Bank Global Road Safety Facility as well. So we feel like we're sort of, we have some engagement in it, and I've been watching it with interest from outside. And I guess as a sort of slightly dispassionate observer, it's probably useful to have my perspective. And I think that the great thing about 10 Steps program is that it is beginning to answer the question of how we embed the compelling vision that Greg set out in his presentation within a country, within a system, in a way that is sustainable. And you know, we've seen the evidence. You know, if you can fix this 10% of high-risk roads, then you can have a massive impact on a country's road fatalities and injuries. We know all of this. We've known all of this for 20 years. So why is it not happening? And once you dig down into it, you know, often what is happening is, you know, at the international level, at the institutional level, we have all these great manuals, we have all these great ideas, but how do you actually implement them within countries? And it's no good just going in, doing a quick project or doing a quick survey and expecting things to change. What you need to be able to do is to help countries understand the financial and economic case for doing it, make that case to the finance ministries, go beyond the transport and interior ministries. You need to engage the engineers and update their manuals and update their thinking. You need to engage communities and understand what their needs are, so you don't just have this approach of build bigger, build faster, but you actually look at how roads are going to be impacting the people that they're supposed to serve. And I think what the 10 Steps project is doing is really taking the time and the seriousness to try and have those conversations and embed the program within policy, so that hopefully in Tanzania, you know, once IRAP and IRF and the UN Road Safety Fund and others, you know, move on to other places, the system will continue and the roads will continue to be upgraded in a way which is saving lives and benefiting communities, and the same in the other places. And once you have 3 or 4 of these, then you have a community of practice which you can then go out and encourage 3 or 4 more, and it'll expand in that way. So I think we're very, very, very enthusiastic about the 10 Steps program from a slight distance, and see huge potential in it, and congratulate everyone involved. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Sol. And yes, I will come back in a minute to the Honourable Minister as well in that respect. You know, also the positive example that it gives to other countries to follow that lead. As a donor, I want also to stay and come now to Wei Min Ren. Ren, he is representing UNESCO, but sitting here with his hat, if I may say so, of the head of the steering committee of the United Nations Road Safety Fund. And so a little bit of a similar question. What makes these projects, because now the fund has funded 4 different projects Neka was mentioning today, what makes this 10 Steps project attractive to the fund?
Thank you very much for the question, Susanna. Actually, as you know, the Road Safety Fund launched in 2018. It is a fund solely dedicated to supporting governments towards achieving SDG target 3.6, halving the deaths on road. So instead of funding infrastructure projects, the primary task of the fund is capacity development. So helping country governments improve their national road safety management system, and also helping government officials to implement data-driven and life-saving interventions, so by improving their capacities. The 10-step plan produced by UN Road Safety Collaboration Partner Organizations, provide countries with a proven step-by-step approach to build their national capacities and achieve the road safety performance related to infrastructure development. So I think the 10-step plan is not only focused on existing and new roads, the quality, the standards, but also, it moves beyond that by embedding safety into national policies, infrastructure standards, as well as institutional setting. So that's, to ensure safety is a lasting priority in road infrastructure development. So in a nutshell, the 10-step plan provides countries with a very useful tool to address those key road safety issues, which are also prioritized by the UN Road Safety Fund, such as the gap analysis, capacity building, standards upgrading, as well as institutional setting. So why those products are so attractive to the fund? I think simply because they all aim to reduce significantly deaths and injuries by building their national capacities and improve the infrastructure standards. To be more specific, let's say, for instance, I believe all those products, they share some common advantages. For instance, they all have very clear and achievable goals. For instance, like Tanzania products, we are very happy to know very successfully implemented with leading to launch of a locally led road assessment program that ensure the safety sustainable in Tanzania. So the Senegal products aims to act as a catalyzer for sustainable road infrastructure investment. I think secondly, they all take a very practical, scalable, and also proven approach, including a step-by-step guide that helps countries to build their national capacities and improve their infrastructure standards. We are very happy to know that with the implementation of Tanzania products, more than 500 professionals trained in very vital areas such as assessment as well as road audits. And also, I think the Senegal products comes at the right time for the newly established National Road Safety Agency to improve their capacity and also acquire necessary skills and tools that are needed to implement or to improve their national road safety strategy and action plan. Thirdly, I think they all have, or they are all expected to have very impactful results, as well as attract sustainable investment. Yeah, for instance, we are very happy to know the Tanzania projects. As a result, more than 10,000 kilometers road assessed using the IREF methodology. And also, they also shaped the recommendations that will influence more than $1 billion Development Bank financed transport corridor projects. So it's really very, very amazing. I think last but not least, they are all supported by governments. So in this regard, I really like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation to the government of Tanzania and Senegal for their strong support to the projects funded by UN Road Safety Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wei Min. And as you said, impact and results are very extremely important, also because they help the minister talk to his finance colleagues, most probably, and also because they set the example. And it's tangible for once. We see those results. I want to turn to my president, as I like to call him, Dimitris Mandalotis, is the president of the International Road Federation, to close somehow this first round of exchanges around the successful experience of the 10 step. Dimitris, beside being the president of the IRF, happens to be as well the chief operations officer of Aegean Motorway. So I want to tap into your two hats and two roles. IRF, 76 and more years of experience in building institutional capacity or professional capacity with trainings and capacity building, but at the same time you have the experience of a man in the front line every day, especially as a concessionaire with very clear KPIs when it comes to infrastructure safety. So it's $1 million question, but I'd like to ask you which are in your view, from your experience both as IRF and CEO of Aegean Motorways, 3 key issues that leaders like the honorable ministers or those who sit in government, but as well operators like you are on the front line. What are these 3 key elements that need to be addressed for us to be able to achieve high level of infrastructure safety? Dimitris.
Thank you, Susanna, and good morning to everyone. So before I answer your question, I need to make a few introductory remarks. First of all, I would like to thank our colleagues in IRAP and PIARC for the collaboration with IRF in order to be here and allow us to be here to discuss all these very important issues. Second, we need a little bit to discuss about Vision Zero. Vision Zero is usually accepted as the modern way of road safety strategy. As suggests the Vision Zero, it says that the main responsibility not only to individuals, but also to the guys that they design, they build, operate all these infrastructures and all the various components. And as an operator, as Susanna mentioned, I am and all we are every day in the front in order to find ways everybody to get back to their home with safety and safely. So we feel this responsibility and we embrace it. So as a federation, safety has been the central in our work since its creation in 1948, many years, 76 years ago. And we are helping to deliver safe roads and safe journey to everyone. So that's our goal, and we are trying this mission to be accomplished all these years. So, to answer your questions, the 3 main key elements. Okay, first of all, as everybody discussed in this panel, to build the institutional capacity needed to deliver the change. This is very important. This is very important because a well-functioning system, when it's placed, help us to have a strategy, help us to have an action plan. But this is not enough. This is not enough because all these instruments, in order to be working and to be, let's say, fulfill their obligations, need to have also processes. We need to have processes in place that allows parts of this system to connect and perform. It's like an orchestra, you know. Each instrument needs to have the music partition and to know exactly when to perform and how. This is the first. The second, check your design standards and manuals. This is very, very important, and ensure that you have been updated to meet the needs of the road users. Remember that an engineer, as I am, always use the standards and manual in order to work. We need updated manuals. Third, make the road safety audits mandatory and ensure that are done correctly by trained people. Okay, IRF with an experience of over the 60 years and with training experts recently launched the International Registry of Road Safety Auditors to improve transparency and raise training standards. I believe that we have flyers on our booth in order everybody gets one and see what we are doing with these. So thank you, Susanna, for that.
Thank you, Dimitris, and we'll have a chance to come back to all this later on, also in the afternoon panel. We concluded like this the first round, and I'm checking the time. Yes, we're doing good. So I can come back to the Honorable Minister now. We got a better understanding of the Tanzania experience, and I'm sure there are plenty in this room and also listening to us, other countries that want to repeat the same experience. What would be your advice to those countries willing to implement the 10-step approach?
Thank you again, Susan, for giving me this opportunity again to speak on what we advise other countries. The first thing, I advise them to take an action now and to start implementing the project. And second, I know it needs a political will to implement from above and to improve the road safety situation in the country and reduce fatalities by half by the year 2030. So in order to achieve, after having the political will, again we have to have a very strong steering committee, which includes different stakeholders from different angles. The public sector, but the private sectors and NGOs, all these. But we need also to have a strong secretariat embedded in one of the key stakeholders. So the close collaboration and regular stakeholder engagement on solutions to challenges to minimize duplication and support effective coordination is very important again. And lastly, capacity building, the knowledge of engineers at all levels, including managers, to ensure that the most effective designs go into infrastructure development. Once the infrastructure is doing its part, there are other elements of the safe system gradually follow suit. So these are our advice, and we welcome our brothers and sisters to come to us so we can share the experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. It's not without pride that we say that the Tanzania 10-step was not only the first pilot, but won as well the Prince Michael International Road Safety Award for everything that it was able to deliver. And I can concur with you. The fact of having a strong steering committee encompassing the key stakeholders in the country helped us tremendously. It broke the silos. Sometimes it happened that ministry work in isolation because that's how daily work goes. And indeed, the fact of having the Tanzania Road Federation, a guy and Joseph Ola here as a strong partner in the country helped really bridging and connecting that difficult part of this exercise. And we became one single family. I think in the end, some of the teams and stakeholders are sitting here. Some of them are watching us and texting me as live as we are talking. So we greet them strongly from this room as well. Natalie, I want to come back to you, please, because Senegal has just started, of course. Tanzania has set the bar high for all of us. How do you see, but I want to connect as well with the fundamental point that Sol just made about the long-term sustainability, which is really the essence of the 10-step project. How do you see that sustainability happening in Senegal? What are the expectations in that respect?
As you said, Tanzania has set a very high level that we are trying now to reach, but not to copy, because of national context is different and the cultural and professional context. So the ambition of Senegal is to be the next, of course, the next regional center of excellence in road safety, talking more about French-speaking countries. And here in the room, I see some of my colleagues from French-speaking countries and from the West African Road Safety Organization. And the ambition is to connect more West African and French-speaking countries together technically. We have been, I can say we have been behind. I have been living in Mali for 20 years, so I'm part of that. We have been behind in road safety, specifically in safer roads for many years. Road safety audit, capacity, even freestyle better designs is something that we are now taking from the experience in East Africa and in Tanzania. So the sustainability of this is in having a national and local competencies able to replicate at national level, but also at regional level, and sharing experience together. So that's the ambition of the 10-step in Senegal, and this is our hope. That's why we do it and we fight for it.
Thank you very much, Natalie. I want to come back to women Ren as well, and the same question that I asked to the Honourable Minister. What advice would you give to countries who would like to embrace the 10-step approach, beside, of course, submitting very good projects to the fund for support? And I want to remember as well that the fund gives catalytic funding, so it's seed funding that should mobilize as well the investment from others. In the case of Tanzania, we were lucky to have the support of the Global Road Safety Facility and funds of UK aid. In another project, the Islamic Development Bank is supplementing the funding that has been given to the project by the fund, and that's why we like to talk about this. The 10-step is not just the framework approach. It's really tickling and soliciting and facilitating those partnerships that allow us to deliver even when the budgets are constrained. Women, please.
Thank you. Actually, I think the 10-step plan has already provided guidance on how to improve the national road safety management system, and also concrete steps that countries should be followed. Here, I think countries can just check their current national road safety management systems against the 10-step plan. But I think the key is how to ensure effective implementation of the 10-step plan. So in this regard, I would suggest first enhancing institutional setting and leadership at both national and local levels, because infrastructure development entails coordination among all stakeholders and authorities. Yeah, because I think this is a quite important. Strong institutional setting and leadership are so crucial to ensure that road safety can be considered as a key element among all competing priorities in both nationwide strategy and policy making process, as well as individual major project implementation phase. So this is my first recommendation, enhancing institutional setting and leadership to ensure not only safety be prioritized in the policy and strategy development, but also appropriate methodologies be used in this process, such as the 10-step plan. Yeah, you ensure the proper technology be used. Second one, my recommendation is that collaborating with UN road safety collaboration partner organizations, because their experience and expertise can help countries to develop their national plan, to build their capacities, to upgrade their infrastructure standards, as well as institutional setting in a more effective manner. So I think in this regard, the UN Road Safety Fund can be considered as a source of funding to support countries in collaboration with those organizations to implement effectively the 10-step plan. The next, I would suggest strengthening communications and publicity, because road safety involves everyone. The shared view, particularly the benefits of road safety and also the high quality infrastructure to the social and economic development, I think this is quite important. The increased awareness among the public could help raise the level of importance of road safety in the government agenda, just highlighted by the minister, the political will, right? As well as also scale up the efforts on road safety, from the government, from all stakeholders. So in a nutshell, I think road safety is not a separate transport issue, nor separate educational issue, or legislation or law enforcement issue or health issue. It is a comprehensive issue that needs to be addressed jointly by all stakeholders in a systematic and also scientific way. So I think infrastructure, the safer road infrastructure is a very good starting point for improved road safety anywhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, women, and I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree more. This is not about the communication part, by the way. It's not about getting likes on social media. It's making sure that the information reaches a large audience and inspires either and connects, and that happened with Tanzania. We are so busy with our daily jobs so that even the ones working in different agencies sometimes don't really know what is happening. It's so good to have a chance to come together and coordinate and share that information that then can escalate to the ministerial level, but always being supported, as you said, with evidence, not in terms just of instruments and frameworks, but concrete results. And that's why the 10-step was so successful, because we could measure the impact, and that speaks volume. I hope it facilitates the life of the Honorable Minister as well when they have to talk to Finance and Treasury. Patrick, I want to come back to you, please. We said PIARC working with the lead agencies and road agencies in different countries around the world, and you've been doing and you're doing some work on the agency of the future. So how do you see the 10-step project helping in the longer term in terms of the sustainability of safety, taking that perspective? Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. Yeah, indeed. When we were founded at PIARC in 1909, so quite a few years ago, and if you want to learn more about who we are and what we do, please visit the Italy's stand, again, Italy, on the exhibition. We hosted there. Our goal is to facilitate the exchange of knowledge on best practice all over the world. And indeed, the Transportation Agency of the Future, which sounds a bit theoretical, maybe, is a topic we've been working on. What we realize is that there is competition for priorities. Road safety is one, undoubtedly, but so is resilience, adaptation to climate change, decarbonization, that's another one, and there's a few others. So we really are aiming at giving the tools to road agencies to build all of those into comprehensive strategies. It's extremely important not to focus on one topic one day, another topic the other day, because sometimes there are crises, sometimes there are priorities. This is what we all do. But it's important, as Saul said earlier, to embed road safety into comprehensive strategies. You use the word sustainability, and I think it's extremely important here to be able to sustain the interest in such topics. Otherwise, there will be a landslide one day and people will forget about road safety. So what we are aiming to do is give the tools to our members and to the road community in a world where everyone is competing for attention and resources and skills to make sure that road safety remains one of the top level priorities. What we have found in our work on the Transportation Agency of the Future, and thank you, Susanna, for mentioning that, is that it's extremely important to develop a strategy that puts people at the center, your workforce and the people you serve. What do people actually need? What do they want? And how can you serve those needs? How can you retain the workforce? How can you make your work relevant for younger generations who are looking for meaning, for example? If we look at the 10-step projects, what we're doing with the outcomes of this is use those outcomes to the benefit of our members, high-income countries, low-middle-income countries, all of those countries, and update our knowledge products. We have recommendations on how to implement road safety audits, as was mentioned earlier, as well as road safety inspections on the existing network. We are updating those, and we are currently updating a major resource that has been mentioned in a couple of UN resolutions, which is the online road safety manual. So we're now building into that, in addition to extensive recommendations on the safe system approach, which are already there. We are building into that more engineering-focused recommendations about visibility, about curves. We will even have online calculators, for example. Just practical tools which will give visibility and hopefully attractiveness to these topics. Thank you very much, Susanna.
Take back the microphone. Thank you so much, Patrick. And it's in events like this that we really, it's important that we share information about those tools that do exist. We avoid replication. We make sure they reach those who need them. I'm checking the time. We're doing still good. I'm speaking under the authority of Judy here. I think it will take a couple of more minutes, and I want to come back, please, to Saul, because later today the FIA Foundation will be launching a new report called Life Support, Advancing the Global Agenda for Financing and Action on Road Safety. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and how the 10-step plan can contribute to that agenda, please?
Sure, thanks, Susanna. Yeah, so as Susanna said, we're going to be launching this report later on today, which is called Life Support. And essentially, it's a contribution to this discussion that we're having, to this conversation, and building on the experience that we've had at the FIA Foundation working with a number of partners around the world like IRAP and others. And one of the things it does is looks at some recent road programs that have been completed, road projects, which are killing people in a way that they shouldn't be. You know, there are still unsafe roads being built. And we detail some of the human cost of this. So I think it's very easy to have a technocratic discussion in panels like this, and we're going to be having lots of technocratic discussions this week and hearing lots of high-level statistics. I think it's really important to remember that the policy failures that we see result in real people dying, real families being affected. So our report details quite a few of the people who are actually suffering life-changing injuries or death. Their families are having their whole life trajectory changed, kids taken out of school, etc., because of dangerously built, unsafe roads. And the report looks at how do we fix that, and 10 steps is one part of the solution, as I said earlier. But I think it's also about trying to have a more connective dialogue between the different stakeholders that are involved in the safe infrastructure conversation. So one of the things we often hear from development banks is that they are, to some extent, subject to the whims of their clients. And if their clients are demanding, you know, a certain kilometerage of road that be built to a certain budget, then development banks' hands are slightly tied in terms of the recommendations they can make on safety. And you may have all the safeguards in the world and all the good intentions in the world, but when, you know, you meet reality on the tarmac, it may not always be the case that you're getting the safety implemented, and budgets are cut at the last analysis to reduce some of the safety measures that may be put in there. So we look at why is that happening and what can we do to change it. And I think what 10 Steps is doing in terms of the very in-depth training of engineers, changing of manuals, is part of the answer. But having a better dialogue between governments, civil society, and donors is another part of the answer. And we need to have more catalytic funding coming in. I think what the UN Road Safety Fund is doing is great, but I think we'd all agree that it's not got enough money. And what the facility is doing is great, but ditto. The development banks themselves have said that they should see road safety financing assistance doubled between now and 2030. How are we going to make that happen? So all of these questions are being asked. And we're also drawing from the experience of work that IRAP have been doing, but also our partner Amend, which works in sub-Saharan Africa, and has been doing some great work with the World Bank on World Bank corridors, looking at very local community needs and what the local communities need, especially around schools and kids walking to school in terms of infrastructure design. And once you get down to that level of granularity and look at what do you need in local communities, you can see the gap between what sort of infrastructure ministries and development banks are doing and what local communities are demanding. And so our life support report is trying to close that gap a bit. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sol. We do have quite a number of representatives from the multilateral development banks. I acknowledge the colleagues in the room, and we'll have a chance to hear from them also throughout the program today. We also have 2 sessions specifically on infrastructure safety on the 19th. One specifically, not in the program, happening at 10:15 on the 19th. It's about the new project we just started on revision of road design standards in Morocco, Mauritania, and Senegal. And the second one is a parallel session in the official program where we really have a chance to get into all this conversation and how we bridge that famous gap between high-level talking and what happens on the ground. Thank you, Sol. Yes, I see 10:34. We have been very diligent with the discussion. I thank you so much. And I want to ask Dimitris to help me close eventually this panel conversation. We have heard a lot about partnerships, and that's really at the heart of the 10th step, but the partnerships are also at the core of IRF work. Why are they so critical in delivering on road safety targets? I think with the 10th step we got a little bit of sense of it.
Yeah,
Dimitris.
yeah. So quickly I will try to summarize what was already let's say said by the rest of the speakers. The most important part about partnership is the collaboration. Partnership means collaboration, and we have always strongly believed in the power of that. So we call them partnerships to deliver, because to deliver you must work in partnerships. And this is the most important message. Remember what I just said about the importance of the work as a system and the orchestra, as we discussed, and each part of the system has to work well and to be connected. And of course, a very brilliant example is the collaboration that we are having with IRAP and Empire for the 10-step project and all other initiatives, because these are really bring us the diverse expertise, the network and competencies together, and we can put them to a service of a country that we are assisting. This is the beauty of power of collaboration. The second thing, partnerships means data also, because IRF produces every year the IRF World Statistics, a very comprehensive compilation of data from primary sources, and so possible to thank the partnerships we have to build more than 200 countries and territories over the past 60 years. Thanks to this, we support, with the support of the Total Energy Foundation and the Michelin Foundation, these data are now freely available to everyone. So our data warehouse allows you not only to access to the data, but also to visualize data comparisons. We have embedded it also in a specific dashboard for road safety. So data is very important for partnerships. And finally, I would like to mention the collaborative work that we are going to revise the geometric the road design standards in a number of countries to ensure that they can meet the needs of all roads. That work requires also strong partnerships because it's a complex exercise requiring trust, dialogue and diverse expertise. So this is the three messages.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dimitris. And of course, we'll have a chance to talk a little bit more on data. And IRAP knows something about data and how we use data to really support the right decisions when it comes to safety. This brings us to the end of this panel. Please help me in thanking the speakers for their interventions. I will stand up because I've been sitting a lot. I will ask the speakers to stay here. Maybe we take a group picture before you leave. And to all of you, coffee served outside. Judy is giving me all kinds of signs. I think we did a good job in keeping up and catching up the time. But please, make sure you come back into the room at 11 sharp so we can keep going with this program. And thank you so much also to those of you who are following online. They're texting me on the phone, so they are following. Thank you.
okay to start? Okay, great. Good morning again, everyone. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you again. As I was introduced this morning, I'm Anika Henry, head of the UN Road Safety Fund, and it's my pleasure to be moderating this panel discussion on innovation for safer roads and designs. I have a full panel with me here. I will briefly introduce them to you, and then we're going to jump right into the discussion, and hopefully we'll also have some time to interact with you and to engage with you. So first, next to me, I have the pleasure to introduce His Excellency Juan Carlos Munoz, who is the Minister of Transport and Telecommunications from the beautiful country of Chile. I think we can give him a little round of applause to warm him up. Yeah.
Fantastique. Ensuite, nous avons Monsieur Peter Jamieson qui nous a rejoint de l'Australie, même si son cerveau est encore en Australie, il est avec nous. Bienvenue Peter. Nous avons aussi Cathy Miller, qui est la chef du département de la sécurité routière pour le transport au Royaume-Uni. Et à côté de Cathy, nous avons Monsieur James Bradford, qui est de l'IRAP, je pense que vous le connaissez tous, qui est directeur technique mondial. Et nous avons Jamie Leather, qui est chef du groupe secteur des transports Banque asiatique du développement.
Last speaker that we have here with us, it's Mohamed Al-Boud. He's the head of traffic engineering and safety at the Ministry of Transport and Logistics Services in Saudi Arabia. So welcome as well, Mohamed. So as I mentioned, we're talking about innovation. So I'm going to invite my speakers to really angle their comments and their contributions towards that theme of innovation. And hopefully when we have that engagement with you, you'll also do the same by helping us to focus the conversation on innovation. So without further ado, I would love to throw the first question out to the Minister of Chile, just to ask, what are some of the challenges, but also opportunities that you're facing as Minister? Also, will be chairing ITF this year. What are some of the opportunities and challenges that you see around integrating sustainable transportation, so cycling and walking, public transport in our road networks?
Thank you very much, Nika. This is a pleasure to be here. Thanks a lot for the invitation and to share this panel. I think that probably one of the main challenges we have is to convince our citizens that when there's a fatality, it's not really an accident. I think the word accident is terrible for our purpose. And we need to understand that, of course, that when a kid dies in a crash, is as inexcusable probably as if it dies because it didn't have a vaccine. So and of course that's something that we can avoid if we take responsible actions. And that's why I'm so happy that this is a traffic safety conference embedded into a health organization, which is where it should be. This is a health issue. In our country, the main external death cause for kids is traffic safety. So we have a very difficult task, which is not only to address them as really sinisters and not really fatalities, not really accidents, but also to deal with them understanding their full complexity. There's no silver bullet here. And that makes it very challenging, very difficult. We need to deal with infrastructure, we need to deal with technology, we need to deal with education, we need to deal with enforcement. And another problem we have, at least in Chile, is that 2 out of 3 of the people dying in our roads, they die in rural areas, where there's probably the TV don't go, where they die and nobody realizes they're dying, and maybe we will be still focusing on what happens in our cities, while 2 out of 3 die in our rural roads. So I think that there's a lot of opportunities to improve. If we see the broad picture in our country, we see that in 30 years the rate of people dying per car has dropped by sixfold. So from 12 to 2 people dying per a certain number of cars, I think 10,000 cars. So it looks like we're doing a good job. Still, we're facing 2,000 people dying in our roads every year, which is huge. The opportunities here are really on the table. The car industry, the technologies are helping us. Our cars are safer and safer. We've learned how to build roads that can forgive a mistake, but still we have a lot of roads that were already built, and devoting funds into improving a road only for safety reasons is not necessarily a very attractive political decision. So I think that's where we have a main issue. But mainly I think that we have to copy countries that have done better in terms of policies. We've made a lot of work into better legislation. We just approved a law that will allow us to implement radars to identify a speeding vehicle, for instance, or a vehicle that does have not respected a red light. And based on the Spanish experience, we understand that this will have a very important impact in our country. We have also just implemented a digital license that will allow us to gather the database so that we can have a driving license that has some points, so that every time that somebody has a ticket, they will be dropping or losing some of their points that allow them to drive. So we understand that these are 2 main elements that should allow us to drop the number of fatalities significantly. That's what we're working, and we have tried to put traffic safety very, very top in our priorities.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thanks for sharing your perspective, and also at the end talking a little bit about some technological advancements that we could use to help make roads safer. I do have a follow-up question for you. I think in these kinds of circles, we often talk about, how do we integrate, cycling and active mobility and public transit and all the rest of it to talk about safe and sustainable mobility. But for us, we talk about this all the time. Do you think this kind of merging of concepts is considered somehow an innovation amongst, behind the door in the countries? What is your experience with that kind of discussion?
We understand, roads are shared. So it's really dumb to pretend that you can address traffic safety considering only single modes. Of course, car-centric cities don't help at all, since cars are not only very inefficient where there's a lot of traffic, but also quite unsafe. Our experience by fostering bicycles has been very good. In our cities, bikers started to bike before the bike paths were built. They were like heroes. They showed us that it was possible without the infrastructure. And the beautiful thing is that when you start building the bike path, people bike more. And this is probably the only mode where the more traffic you have, the more people taking the transport mode you see, the less people will be dying. So usually, if you double the number of people driving cars, probably you'll have double of people dying in accidents or sinisters of traffic. In the case of bicycles, it's the opposite. And that's what we've seen. We've seen that in Chile, more and more people are using the bike, and the absolute number of people dying in a bike is going down significantly. And significantly means divided by 3, even though the number of bikers maybe have doubled or tripled. And this is because the more people bike, the more visible bikers become. So car drivers are more aware of when a bike will come. So I think that here there's a very virtuous cycle in which the more people bike, the more safe, the more people will be biking, the more infrastructure you will be building, and so on. Of course, there's a coexistence of mode that is tricky, and we have developed some laws, we approved some laws that allow us to solve some of these conflicts, and also that assign very important penalties to people that will be collapsing a bike or that causing a fatality. And that's how we've been making progress. I think that we have still a lot of work to do in terms of providing more and more bike paths. Unfortunately, we don't have a national agency for bikes, so it depends a lot on local authorities that will be willing to build this bike path, and some local authorities maybe consider that this is not the right thing to do. So by this decentralization of the decisions makes it more difficult for us. But still, I think that little by little, there's of course the more and more people are convinced that biking is something we should be fostering significantly, and that it's not only good for traffic, for health, but also in terms of traffic safety.
Thank you so much. So I love that example because, you know, there's also low tech. It doesn't always have to be high tech to save lives. But on that note, I would love to kind of go to Kathy to understand what's happening on the roads in the UK. Specifically, can you tell us about the approach of safe road infrastructure on your main roads, but rural roads as well? Let's hear what's happening there.
Can I check that this is working? Yeah. It's a real pleasure to be here. And I should start by saying in the UK, as the UK government, road infrastructure has devolved. So my department looks after roads in England, not Scotland, Wales or Northern Ireland. And the roads in England are managed at two levels. The most important motorways and trunk roads are managed by National Highways, which is a publicly owned company. And then that's only 5%, but it is the most busy routes. And then the rest are managed by local authorities, and we have over 100 of those, so it's a much more fragmented picture. So at national level, National Highways has been around for 10 years, and it's the safe system and the IRAP methodology is really embedded into the organisation. It has been from the start. IRAP assessments are done of the whole strategic road network every 5 years. They're in the process of doing the 2025 ones right now. And National Highways have also contributed to the route review process, which I know is an international methodology, which they use to select target areas for new schemes to improve safety. At the local level, we have, through the national government, funded safety improvements through the Safer Roads Fund. And it's really interesting what the Minister was saying about how difficult it can be to fund improvements that are solely safety focused on existing roads. But the Safer Roads Fund is a great example of that. And politically, it started 10 plus years ago when the Road Safety Foundation, working with IRAP, presented government with a list of the 50 most dangerous roads. And it caught the minister's attention. You know, there was a kind of list of, here are the problems. And the great thing is that this list was selected using the IRAP methodology. So it's evidence-based, but it meant that the selection was done. So it didn't call for political decisions or a complicated government process to decide where to put the money. This is a perennial problem for us. And I think that enabled us to start this fund as an innovative way of doing it. I want to celebrate the partners that we've had, particularly the Road Safety Foundation in the UK and Dr. Susie Sharman, who many of you will know. She unfortunately can't be here this week, but she's been a wonderful partner to the department in bringing forward the programme. We have now funded, since the programme started, we have launched in programme improvements on 99 roads. We've committed £185 million towards those improvements, and that's expected to save 2,600 lives over the next 20 years. So it is a programme we are enormously proud of, in England, and it has also won a Prince Michael International Road Safety Award. So it's a really great success story. But the key thing is partnership. It's not just building infrastructure on the roads, it's about working with local partners, building capability, education, and ensuring that the IRAP data is used and the IRAP methodology is followed. And also bringing in active travel. That's a key part of a lot of the schemes that have come forward. We're hopefully shortly going to announce our 100th road. I can't tell you what it is yet, but it is a very famous road in England. And again, this is the way that we've sort of built the case for it, because this is a road that is, it's very well known and it's quite dangerous. So again, it's a way of kind of getting the hooks to spend the money to say we're going to make a difference in a place that people know about and that will resonate with the public. So it does feel like a good example of innovation all around. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And I understand that there's also some innovative angles to the funding approach of the fund. Is there something that you want to talk about a little bit? Yeah.
Yeah. So coming back to what I was saying about the not having to invent a new bureaucracy to pick the roads, that's quite important. But we do use or work with local partners to use the IRAP methodology to develop the interventions, and the IRAP model is used to test the interventions at a local level to find out what is the right solution for a problem. We have a huge evidence base of evidence of interventions we know work, but the key thing is having the right one for the place. And local authorities and local partners, they will know what the community think, you know, where the school is, what the community groups, how they're going to feel about speed limits or other things, what demand there is for active travel. So they really help kind of choose the right thing, and then the funding follows that really.
Fantastic. Well, in today's funding climate, if you have a way to cut down or bypass bureaucracy, that is quite an innovation. So thank you very much for sharing that tip. That evidence base is definitely a way to go. Maybe we'll take a trip over to Saudi Arabia just to kind of learn what's happening there. The Road General Authority, the RGA in Saudi Arabia, we've recently launched the KSA RAP. And you've performed, I think, the single largest assessment of roads. Can you tell us a little bit about what's happening there with that initiative?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to mention how did we start it, or why did we start it? It comes actually from the Vision 2030, the road safety enhancement, or was one of the main targets with a high priority. From the Vision 2030, the first thing did is the community engagement. There was no one umbrella for all stakeholders of the road safety, and the vision comes with the ministerial committee for the road safety. That's make engagement between all of the stakeholders. I'm talking about Ministry of Health, Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Media, and of course Ministry of Transportation and Logistics Services, and Ministry of Municipality. I'm talking about the standard organization. It makes all of this as one community to improve the road safety. Of course, we know that if we're talking about roads, to improve the road safety, it's not only about the roads, it's about a huge community. And the ministerial committee comes to adopt that. Here I'm going to back to your question about the KSA RAP. The role of the Road General Authority comes about to improve the roads and the safety on the roads and to make it safer roads. In that what we did, if I back to 2018, we begin to find the best way to know our weakness point. So we did a simulation for the IRAP, okay? And then we find the best way to get our targets, to achieve the aims, which is give me a data-driven assessment. So it gives me a trusted source for data. And one more thing, after the analysis, the field analysis, the use of technology, combining with the GIS, so it can give me the weakness point of my network. That's why did we choose IRAB, or why did we go with the IRAB methodology. After that, in 2018, everybody knows these numbers are established on the IRAB website. The 3-star and above of our network, it was about 50%. That was in 2018. Now, after we use the IRAB methodology, after the analysis, after the correct interventions, we are now talking about 80% of our roads 3-star and above. And we have a great plan, as I said, through the Vision 2030, as the road safety improvement, one of the priority targets. We have a plan to improve that, to be not less than 90% of the roads 3-star and above in 2030. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. And I'd like to come back, not now, but just to ask about this Center of Excellence, which is coming up from your side. So we'll hear a little bit more about that later. But we've just heard from Chile, from the UK, from Saudi Arabia, what's happening from the perspective of the member states. I'd love to now bring in the partners that are supporting the important work that you're doing, maybe throwing it over to Jamie in the first instance. So Jamie, you are working at the ADB. I'd love to hear from you how ADB and the partners are working on innovative angles of safe roads and designs, particularly the example from the Shangzhou, I don't know if I say it properly, in China. Tell us about what you're doing in China and other places.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Great pleasure to be here. I'd like to dive into that Shaanxi project. People's Republic of China, obviously the client government, but also working very closely with IRAP in terms of addressing that. For those not so familiar with Shaanxi, it's a very mountainous province in the southern parts of China. I have a few numbers, so I'm going to make sure I don't get it wrong. Let me look at this. The fatalities, or the crash rate in this area, in this region, sorry, was 4 times the national comparison for the same types of roads, and the number of fatalities was 12 times higher in that region. So very narrow roads, mountainous roads, very tight curves. That's the starting point. A number of people have mentioned about the data, and it was the data and those 4 times the crash rate, 12 times the fatality rate. That's what triggered the government to really push for a focused road safety program to address those critical issues. It wasn't build me a road and add in the road safety. It was how do we address that real serious road safety issue in quite a large area. There was 187 kilometers of truck roads, access roads, 136 kilometers of unpaved rural roads, so quite mountainous, quite rural, different types of roads, and 124 rural class 4 roads. So overall, 477 roads were upgraded to 3-star or better using the IRAP assessment. So I think what was critical is the data to be able to point out that why were the number of crashes, why were the number of fatalities so much higher in this region. For comparable roads, we're not just saying flat roads, but mountainous curve roads, similar things. So what was the significant problem there? We provided financial support amounting to 345 million, which lifted many of these roads up out of there. The results: crashes reduced by 52%, fatalities reduced by 1/3, 33%, and injuries reduced by 53% as well. So I guess where is the innovation in here? It was sort of depressing in one way, but also that's what drove it. The problem was so acute and known, so we had better data than we had in many places but the realization or the understanding that why were so many people dying and why were so many crashes happening, that's what drove a decision to have a very different focus. Yes, the roads needed to be improved, but they needed to be improved for a safety dimension, as well as the drainage and all the other components. But it was that way. It was the focus on the roads and the road safety. Improving the data, that really led to that, and using the data to build up the capacity within the government. I really hope we could find some innovative solutions that happen quicker, but I think you've got to get the data, you've got to raise the awareness, you've got to build people's capacity, and then we will see requests and actions like the 10-step program to really focus on road crash, road fatalities. So that the data-driven, the awareness raising, and then really focused actions and activities to address road safety as opposed to just being an add-on to other road improvements. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing that, Jamie. Really interesting. I would like to take it to Peter now, just to maybe get a little bit more high-tech, to have a discussion around AI and machine learning and big data. So, Peter, you're from a company called Anditi, and I think you've been involved in a number of projects, including in Australia and Vietnam. We'd love to hear what you've been up to over there, and what are some of the innovations that you're working on.
Okay, thank you, and thanks everyone for allowing us the opportunity to be here. Two projects we've been working on are both pretty much world firsts. One in Western Australia, where we've just used AI wrap to code 20,000 kilometres of their road network. The second one in Vietnam, where we've looked through a screening process to basically identify schools across all of Vietnam and then work our way down to those that are at greatest risk, basically through a process, and I'll take you through a bit of those. Both those projects have really been designed to use whatever data is available, wherever we can. Both of them use big data, AI, and many, many other techniques to actually try and pull all that together to get through. Both are really focused on being able to implement these sorts of processes at scale. Rob McEnany, CEO of IRAP, keeps talking about star rating every road in the world. We've done about 2 million kilometres. There's only about another 10 million to go, sort of thing, to get through that process. So what do we need to have in place to do that? And then the other part is that once you get all this data, how do you maximise the use of it? And maximise the use from probably 3 different levels. One in terms of roads and the road component of it. 2, or road safety component of it. 2, in terms of other assets and management of it. And 3, and probably much more importantly, how do you engage those that are out there and use that data to actually get maximum leverage from it going forward? So I'll give you a quick overview of the West Australian project. West Australia, a bit like Chile, is a land of two sort of standards, I think. If you live in Perth, the capital, there's about 2.6 deaths per 100,000 people. That's equivalent to Sweden, Japan, the best in the world, okay? About 77% of the population live in Perth. If you live in the wheat belt, which is a whole 300 kilometres from Perth, about 33 people per 100,000 die out there. About 15 times as many in the rural environment going through. How do we actually work and fix that imbalance going through? The project we took was in partnership with Main Roads WA and IRAP's support all the way through, being the first AI wrap project that was done. Main Roads did their homework. They actually sat down and did a detailed business case for that project before they commenced it. It took them about 18 months, and basically we finished a pilot, and it was a while till it came back. But they engaged with all the other aspects of Main Roads in terms of heavy vehicles and many others so that they could maximise the utility from that data, okay? We undertook that project using a combination of mobile LiDAR and 360-degree imagery, which Main Roads had captured across the 20,000 kilometre network. That was about 100 terabytes of data. Huge amount to work with. We also used satellite imagery, aerial imagery, OSM, databases from the government, and anything we could get access to that was going to give us the information we needed. During the process, we really focused on being able to do this at an industrial scale, as we call it. If you're going to do automation, if you want to do industrial scale, you need to be able to automate. If you're going to be able to automate, you need to be able to get consistent data because it just won't work otherwise. So the sort of challenge in that space is we needed to track somewhere about 70 million attributes along that 20,000 kilometres, okay? That meant making about 70 million decisions as you're running through it and automating that process across 9 regions. Fairly challenging. We had to QA the input data in the first place because if it wasn't good, you just couldn't work. We had to develop a whole heap of techniques that were really designed specifically for that process. 100 terabytes of data, which got to about 200 by the time we'd processed and pulled all the bits out of it and all that sort of stuff, had to be indexed, stored, accessible, linked to each road segment, all those sorts of things going through. We then had some automated processes to work through, but we had to have processes to check the automated processes because you'd run it at scale, but AI doesn't work all the time. You might get close in many places, but there's across 9 different regions, there's many different corner effects, edge effects, things that you've got to work through. So we built a whole suite of tools to actually work through that, going through. And then we had to turn all that huge amount of data into a Vita spreadsheet so we could feed it to IRAP so that it could be actually star rated to go through. So a lot of work and a lot of bespoke work done to actually make that happen. The outcomes from that data, or that process, were the star ratings for the road network. But more importantly, it created a benchmark for main roads, for their state roads. And they've had a series of cyclones recently which have just wiped out a heap of their roads. We had the data before that time. They can go back, see what it looked like. They can work out what they need to do. They can do all their forward planning for those bases, etc. We also have been generating assets for them across the whole network. They have 18,000 streetlights, but they don't know where they are. And so we're tracking them down as part of this process. We're also being a bit innovative. So one of the processes, at the present, when they do line marking, there's probably 3 people in Western Australia that are qualified to do line marking, and most of them are about to retire. So we're using mobile LiDAR, and we're using detailed analysis, and we're basically sitting down and working out where lines, where you can overtake, where you can't, what needs to be dotted. They run road trains in Western Australia that could be a triple bogey or huge trucks. How do you actually work out on your experience of a single truck how I can overtake a road train safely, etc. But we can do that mathematically nowadays going through. We also use it for environmental management, where they can clear trees, where they can't, and for heavy vehicles in terms of permitting and route clearance and a whole range of other bits and pieces. So they've really maximised the benefit they get from that data, and that's really, we've focused on each of those 100-metre segments. We can break down to a 1-metre segment if we have to in terms of data going through. So that's the real value of that process going through. Okay, Vietnam one is a little similar in terms of we're trying to do it at scale. So we did a project with Botner Foundation a while ago and looked at 3 cities with IRAP and AIPF who are here and tried to work out what you could do with the schools in those cities. Google came on board through IRAP. It's great work, and basically now we've extended that to all of Vietnam. And so we've been pulling together a whole heap of census data. AIPF's done a huge job in pulling together the official government records and basically getting it from each of the 63 provinces, which is no small task. Satellite imagery, both night and daytime stuff. Nighttime actually tells you where things have changed over time, so you can see urban growth as a measure going forward. The USA World coverage of buildings, schools, etc. OpenStreetMap, Multinet R, Google building footprints, you name it. There's just lots and lots of stuff. We found that when we came to identify the schools, even all that information, we're only getting about 1/3 of the schools that are out there. And so we started using AI to try and find schools. We had to train the AI, and there's different data sets and different times and different, anyway, it's a long, long process. But we've come out with a process that actually works. At the end of all that, to get us through to a star rating for schools standard, we really worked out we really had to get street level imagery to know where the access to the school was, where the bus stops were and stuff you can't pick up from satellite imagery going through. And so, again with AIPF and the Northwest Institute out of Vietnam, they went off and surveyed 993 schools with a Garmin watch and a GoPro type camera or Insta camera on motorbikes. And now we have street level footage around each and every one of those schools, which will help inform the safe road investment plans and all those sorts of things that come out of that process going through. So the screening process we went through, we started with 63 provinces, and then from that we identified 12 provinces at high risk and 183 districts. And of those 183 districts, we identified 26 districts that were really at risk and 993 schools. And we're now in the process of bringing that 993 schools back to 500 schools that we'll do a safe star rate for schools sort of assessment on. And then the AIPF guys will go out through their youth engagement app and talk to some of those schools and take that data from all that stuff that we've got, no longer in a spreadsheet, no longer locked away, out onto the street with the students so they can see, they can have their input, and they start to engage in that process, okay? So, all really important stuff, and it's looking at that longevity of the data. You can do an IRAP assessment, you could do a light assessment, but it doesn't tell you anything that you need to know for a safe road investment plan. If you do an IRAP type assessment, you've got a lot of the information you already need, and you've got a head start. You're not going backwards. So there's that sort of trade-off in that space.
I may need to ask you to wrap up briefly.
All right, so I'll go straight into the second part of this. What does all this mean for road safety going forward? And I'm going to try and be pretty quick. Cost of road deaths is about 10 times the actual spend on roads and construction globally per year. We know this. That's a huge number, and the government still don't take notice. Road deaths are the biggest killer of our 5 to 29-year-olds, our next generation of decision makers going forward. Even if we upgrade roads to the 70th percentile roads, we will reduce road deaths probably by about a third. There's still a lot more work to be done. That lot more work has to come from basically engaging that next generation. And I'd like to throw a little bit of a challenge out there to go with this, and that is, we talk about road safety, but road safety is someone else's problem, it's an engineer's problem. Road deaths and injuries happens to other people, doesn't necessarily happen to us. But if we actually think about what it means to all of us, and especially the youth engagement that use technology and stuff coming through now, it's about their ability to get from one point to another, to get the goods they need from one space to another in an efficient way, okay? And that's what we're really got to focus on, and I'll stop at that point.
Okay, thank you so much. I mean, I'm a horrible moderator because when it's interesting, you're just, listening and listening. But I do want to go to James. James, we know you, you're part of the family, so let's try to be brief. But essentially, I'd love to know, how are you guys and how are your team working on making all of this more accessible?
Yeah, good question. And where to start is the main one. And probably the place to start is with Kathy mentioning earlier. It's with partnerships. And it's only through partnerships do we able to actually push things forward. So one of them is that Safer Roads Fund. As part of that, actually developing the tools to help the engineers. So they've got this Safer Roads investment plan of this is what you could do differently on network, but it allows them to take that and edit it. Go, actually, well, based on my engineering experience, maybe this might be a better infrastructure implemented here. Or maybe this is what we should do, put different speed limits in or stuff like that. And so it allows them to actually target the countermeasures even more refinedly on their network and then get the investment plans back from that. In addition to that, they can then go to the next stage. And this is due to a partnership with the World Bank, where they can actually do the star rating for design. So they helped us build a tool so the engineer can actually, before they've even left the CAD package, they can go through and then say, how many people are going to die on this road? What could I do differently to improve it? And then going further through the process of going, well, how can we get this bigger in terms of making the data cheaper to collect and more frequent to collect? And so actually we went 2 different directions with that. One of them was, Peter was talking about earlier with AI wrap, where there's a number of suppliers around the world who are actually working in different technologies and going, how can that data be collected on a much bigger scale and much, much more efficiently? And so that's showing some amazing things. So whether it's LiDAR data, whether it's satellite imagery data, utilising that and actually pulling that together. Like a good example you saw earlier on the screen when Greg was talking, where you've got those 75% of travel maps. So that's a new innovation that TomTom are bringing out with a number of their partners and going, well, how do we know where that 75% of travel is? And they, through the data they have access to, can identify that. But more recently, at the other end of the spectrum, it's like, well, how can we to actually get those assessments done on quicker with less data? So this is a new tool that we're piloting at the moment. So if people are interested, we can give them access to it, and it will be launched within the month or 2. This is called Rapido, and it works at a couple of different levels. One is actually assessing a network much more quickly than a standard IRAP inspection would be, or inspecting a road corridor and actually doing that as a very much lighter data type approach. So there's a lot of stuff we're working on, and it's very much in partnership with other organisations, and that's how the model of a lot of this stuff works. The other one we're looking to is going to the future. It's like, well, we've got Vida, so that's our central web application, that's free to access, is what are road authorities, what are the development banks going to need from it in the future? And especially countries like Kingdom Saudi Arabia, where they're collecting their network, and it'll be more about how does that network change over time? As they improve it, how can they celebrate that success? And so this is where we're looking at the architecture of Vida and go, how can we actually restructure the architecture of Vida so that you can get that really easy performance tracking? You can look at a specific road, see the assessments over time on it, and see how that's improved and progressed.
Great. Thanks a lot, James. We've got we're running out of time now, but I do want to just, if you have a burning question from the audience, just to, first come, first serve, so just shoot that. Yep, he was not shy. Okay, please, can we have a mic?
Hello, my name is Anwar. I'm from Uzbekistan. So I want to say a couple words to Cemil Ezra, so ADB. So I know that you, as ADB, do lots of things for Uzbekistan. So we have several projects on road infrastructure. So, so here I want to say about designs for these implementing projects. So, for example, in as you know, probably you know, in north of Uzbekistan, you funded project for 240 kilometers. So it's 2-lane road in desert area. So before starting, we had per day around 6,000 vehicles per day. Half of them is heavy trucks. So after it was this road was finished in December, so it started operating. So probably next 1-2 years it will numbers will reach about maybe 15,000-20,000. So from this point we have only 2 lanes and each side. So here we have a speed limit 100 kilometers per hour. So it will be good if, as a ADB, you will request or provide your capacity building to designers, because it, honestly saying, it's very dangerous road now we constructed. So in future, for next projects, in ground, I will try to explain what's the IRAP. I have accreditation in IRAP. So saying sorry, but ADBs in local offices, they not so familiar with IRAP. But thanks to, I know that Asian Bank of Investments, yeah. So they already started doing this in Uzbekistan, especially. I was a part of this project. It was assessed at 78 kilometers in December. So capacity building and new approach to design. It's a very, very important thing for local designers.
Thank you so much. It's great that we have more demand for the work. I'm actually going to ask you to bilaterally continue that conversation. I think that's probably be better offline. I'm giving the last word to the minister, and then we close. Thank you.
Thanks. Just to finish, I would also comment that I think that, as I said, this is a very multidimensional problem, and one that we rarely address, I think, or with the strength that we should, is to pay attention in education of our children. As a driver, some of the most significant signals that come to me when I'm driving, not necessarily coming from the government or from the policemen who are not there, but from my kids. They will tell me that I should not speed up. Did you put your seatbelt? Daddy, drop your phone. And I think those are signals that are very hard to get otherwise into the car. These are signals that a parent would hardly neglect. So I think we have a chance. Also, the children are the future. But they also can be the present if we can make them ambassadors of road safety for the safety of their peers, of the children. And I have at least in Chile, is something that we rarely do. It's away from the curriculum. We've done some efforts, but they're very insignificant, I think. So here we have an opportunity, I think, to get into each of the families' hearts with the message we need.
Thank you so much. Great way to end. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, panelists, for your contributions, and looking forward to the next panel discussion. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Do we do a photo? Oh, sorry. Just step forward, please, and then we can do it. Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm happy to introduce the new panel that will be talking about financing. You know yourselves. Don't be shy. Please step up. If you need me to call you out, Deepan, Esteban, Bosco, Stephen. Great. Bosco, calling Bosco. Free seating, gentlemen. Hi, Deepan. Good to see you. Bosco, hello again. Please grab a seat. Okay, great. So we had a good first discussion talking about innovation. Well, first discussion talking about TANRAP 10 steps. Then we just completed a conversation on innovation. And of course, the important discussion now that we're going to have is about financing. And we've got a great panel of speakers who I think are well placed to help us maneuver some of the conversations around financing for road safety. Let me briefly introduce the panel to you, and then we'll jump into the conversation. Hopefully we'll have time for 1 or 2 questions, so have the questions prepared, and it's good if it's a question that can benefit all. So we have Deepan with us here. He's the Senior Transport Specialist from the World Bank. Let's warm him up and give him a nice round of applause. Thank you. And then there's Esteban Rui from the IDB. Thank you. Welcome. Bosco Marti, he's the Executive Director of Institutional Communication Affairs at Aliatica. Then next to him, there's Miguel Nadal, who is the Director General for the Cercle d'Economia and Chair of IRAP. And finally, I don't think he needs introduction, but we have Stephen Perkins from the ITF. Welcome, Stephen. Okay, so let's jump right into the conversation. Deepan, I'll start with you if that's okay. So the Global Road Safety Facility has been working with the World Bank and also with IFC on some great initiatives trying to mobilize new investment in safety. Can you tell us a little bit more about that work?
Thank you, Nike. Let me first thank the organizers for inviting me to this panel. And it's really, I think this is one of the central themes I'm seeing in this global ministerial, that we are talking a lot about financing. So to just give a bit of a context, as we know, road safety in most countries is mostly funded through public budget. And we recently did a estimation, and even by conservative estimates, we expect that at least $400 billion is needed over the next 10 years if we are to seriously meet the SDG target. Now, in this space, the MDBs play a very important role. And just to set the numbers, all the MDBs put together since 2018, they have contributed around $6 billion US, and we expect that in the next 10 years, it would, in the next 10 years, it would be another 10 billion, roughly around these figures. So as you can see that we are still an order of magnitude short of what is needed. And this is where, the role of the MDBs comes in more than financing, because what we usually think about is how the MDBs will finance this gap. But it's more than financing, it's also how the MDBs will support the countries in developing these investable projects that will, amount to that 400 billion gap that we are talking about. So this is where the GRSF, which is part of the World Bank, really helps the countries in, giving technical advisory, partnering with, organizations like IRAP, really coming up with projects which have that scale and capacity to deliver at that level. But even with all that, I think just MDB financing is still a very small portion of the road network in each of the countries. And this is where the countries need to leverage, additional capital from the sustainable finance market. This is an area which has largely been untapped, especially from the public side. And as you may have heard, that there are several sustainable bonds, the green bond, social bonds, and their annual issuances have, it's been like more than $1 trillion annually and going steady for several years. So this is an area where the public sector really needs to ramp up and see this as an opportunity to, to leverage their funding apart from this development financing that is coming in. So I'm pleased to note that the World Bank is releasing a guide on how the public sector can tap into this sustainable finance debt instruments, and that will definitely be have a big role to play in terms of closing this gap, along with developing and designing the right projects. So,
thanks, Deepan. Do we know when that's coming out?
I think tomorrow.
Wonderful. So thank you for that intervention. I'll go over to IDB now, Esteban. Just to hear from you, Esteban, what are some of the challenges that you're facing from IDB perspective in mobilizing finance for this topic? And it would be also good to hear how you've been tackling some of this through your partnership with IRAP.
There it goes. Well, first, thank you for inviting us. From the IDB regarding financing, my colleague of the World Bank was just talking. I think that the real issue, and this is something which has been going on in road safety for a long time, we all know the economic benefits of road safety and the enormous economic impacts it have, but linking those benefits to the financing that we achieve for the sector. And that's always been the big challenge that we have. Juan Carlos Muñoz, the minister from Chile, during his talk in the previous panel, he was saying it's a health problem. It is a health problem, but it's caused by the transport sector. And neither sector has always necessarily assumed total responsibility for what happens in road safety. So we have probably one of the simplest health issues and most impactful health issues that we know how to solve, but we don't have the funding to do it. And that is really one of the big challenges that we've had in financing for road safety. From the bank's point of view, obviously, we have the public financing side. As an MDB, we've significantly increased what we do in road safety. In the last few years, I think it was from 2018 to 2022, we invested about $180 million in road safety. In the last 2 years, we've invested $1 billion in our projects in road safety. That's a very big increase in funding in the last few years. We also think that there's a big challenge from the private sector. At least in the region that we work in Latin America, big parts of our infrastructure are under some type of PPP or concession schemes. we have to provide incentives for the private sector also to take road safety seriously. And again, there are enormous economic benefits. These economic benefits are not necessarily reflected in the incentives that we provide to the private sector to provide investments in road safety. Insurance, that's another option that we have for financing. In many of our countries in our region, we don't have mandatory insurance for vehicles. We're really working on that with FIA and FIA Foundation to try to improve the whole ambience for vehicle insurance. And the last issue that my colleague from the World Bank said, social impact investment. We have different types of bonds, and we really think that the bond market and things similar to green bonds is another source of finance that we could use for road safety.
Thanks a lot. Do you want to go in a little bit about some of the partnerships, the work that you're doing with?
We're doing with IRAP,
with
yes.
IRAP?
We started working with IRAP, I think it was in 2010. We did the Pacific Corridor, which is basically the backbone that connects all of Central America from Mexico down to Panama. It was about 2,000 kilometers. We did the assessment. That initial assessment from 2010, we redid the assessment in 2018, but it resulted in I think it's $5–6 billion in investment in that corridor that we've done in the last 15 years. We're going to keep on working on that corridor. We estimate that in the next 20 years, we're going to save 30,000 lives. And that was the first project that we do with IRAP. Since then, since 2010, we've done an additional 43,000 kilometers with IRAP. And we've changed the way that we work with IRAP. I think that initially in 2010, we saw it more of just an assessment tool. Now we're actually integrating that in all our transportation projects. Almost all our projects have some type of work with IRAP. We're also integrating different sectors. For example, in education projects, we work in schools, we want to work in safer schools. IRAP assessments of the area around the school is a big part of what we can do in education. So I think that we've gone from something which was a simple assessment to really being a big partnership in our work. And today we're signing a new MOU, Memorandum of Understanding with IRAP, for the next 3 years. I remember in 2010 when we were debating if we were going to work with IRAP, we had our doubts, I have to be honest. We were wondering if it was going to be cost effective. We were wondering about technology transfer, if something that was developed far away from Latin America, if really it could be implemented and it was going to be sustainable in the region. And we have to say that the answer for both of these questions has been an effective yes. Impact, 700,000 lives. The number speaks by itself. It's been very impactful, and the economic benefits are enormous. And regarding technology transfer, the sign that we had at the beginning showing the IRAP Brazil, IRAP Sao Paulo, IRAP has worked in developing local capacity, and that was one of the big concerns that we had, and I think that they've given us a very resounding answer that works, and it works very well. So we're very proud of the partnership that we have.
Thanks, Esteban. I think that's really great contribution, and they say the reward for good work is more work, so the growth in the partnership, I think, is a testament to the great work that IRAP is doing. It's the same for the UNRSF. We started with Tanzania, and now we're pleased that we're multiplying the partnership in other countries. So really just thanking IRAP for their good work and the team. Maybe I'll go to Bosco now, just to understand, Bosco. So you're private sector. What's your interest in all of this? What can you share with us about financing? Any views on PPPs? Let's hear from Aliatica. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Neka, for the question, and thank you very much to Rob, Susanna, Greg, and all the organizers for letting us be here today. Aliatica, as you mentioned, we're an transportation infrastructure operator. We have 20 concessions in 7 countries. We're in Mexico, Colombia, Chile, Peru, Spain, Italy, and the UK. We're fully owned by IFM Investors Global Infrastructure Fund from Australia. And safety is our number one pillar. No? We really focus to make sure that we provide our customers, our users, safer roads. We've teamed up with IRAP, and we have had the opportunity to assess all our roads, and Last year, we got 8 of our roads with certificates of 3 stars or better, no? And we've committed to make sure that in a few years, more than 70% of all our users, no, have 3 or better stars in their journeys, no? So we're convinced that PPPs are a great measure to work on road safety. We established ourselves a reduction program of accidents where we have invested more than 170 million euros in the past 4 years. We just approved last year 45 million euros investment in road safety for this year, and what we're trying to achieve is really have an impact where we operate. No, we've seen increasingly results in incident frequency 1 and incident frequency 3. We have been able to have a reduction of over 50% in some of our roads in Peru and Colombia, and more than 44% in one of our biggest roads in Mexico. In the last year, we were able to reduce 30% fatalities by investing in road safety, and we also were able to significantly reduce not only the fatalities but also the accidents at a total in more than 20%. We want to make sure that this keeps on going. What we're seeing is a challenge right now. Even though the numbers are on a lowering trend, we've seen an exponential increase on fatalities on motorcycle users and pedestrians, no, that sometimes are close to our roads. These are some of the most vulnerable users of the road. So we want to make sure that we team up in order to reduce this. We're working with the FIA Foundation. We're working with others on a coalition for the use of safe helmet, and what we're seeing is that most of the fatalities that we have of motorcycle users are people that either not using a helmet or not using a certified helmet. So we're really trying to promote in the countries where we operate that we have better regulations to make sure that this gets enforced, and we have a commitment. Very proud to have our partnership with IRAP. We have here our champion Judy that was very helpful on that. No, and now we'll be signing another MOU with FIA Foundation this evening. So we're convinced that private sector plays a key role in order to make sure that we have safer roads.
Thank you, Bosco. So I want to go to Miguel because, you know, to really attract the financing, we need to get to the evidence and to the data and to the performance and return on investments and all of that. But it's all underpinned by, you know, these targets and the KPIs, which have to be, you know, correct, smart, and all the rest of it. Miguel, what are you doing with KPIs? What's happening there?
Well, you know, IRAP basically is a data-led organization. We generate a lot of data, and this data can be used in terms of KPIs to attract investment to road safety infrastructure. But besides going into your question, Neka, let me go to the point that was made by Deepan and by Esteban regarding, I mean, we have a very clear case, a very clear economic case for investing in road safety, because we know that the benefits are much higher than the costs. The benefits are much higher than the costs, Greg Smith, at the beginning of the session today, showed that in the case of Morocco, the benefit-cost ratio was 33. So the benefits are 33 times the cost that we are estimating of implementing certain road safety measures. The problem is that we have the economic case, but investment is not happening. Why is it not happening? Well, ideally, it would have to happen with the public sector investing in road safety, but the public sector lacks the fund or lacks the will to do it. There is no political will. The problem is, why, if we have this huge, this so evident economic case, why isn't the private sector investing in road safety? And the answer is because we have the economic case, but we don't have the business case. If we want the private sector to invest in road safety, there has to be a clear business case. And a business case means that we need to monetize part of the benefits that we are generating when we invest in road safety. These benefits accrue to the health system, accrue to private individuals, accrue to insurance companies. We need, if we want the private sector to invest in road safety, there needs to be a revenue stream that pays back the investment that the private sector is doing, because otherwise the private sector will not invest. As Deepan was saying, probably with this the development of sustainable finance markets, there is an opportunity, because the private sector wants to invest in impact projects that have an impact. This means projects that generate a financial return and that have a social impact, that help correct an externality that exists. Okay? This is an opportunity. If we want this to develop, we need to measure what this impact is. And here is where the IRAP data can be extremely helpful, because we have a wealth of data in terms of the cost of investment, in terms of the cost of crashes, meaning how much we can save when we invest in road safety. There is a very important report from IRAP, a 2016 report, using data from the Transport Accident Commission in Victoria, in Australia, where more than 40,000 crashes were analyzed, and there is a very detailed data on the cost of these crashes. So we know exactly how much the crashes cost, and therefore how much we can save if we invest in road safety. So this is where really all the data that IRAP has can help in somehow making it possible to attract private investment to road safety projects.
Okay, thank you very much, Miguel. Very great, good points. And I could see some panelists, including myself, furiously writing some notes. So thank you for sharing that perspective. I'll go to Stephen, because Stephen, you've been at ITF working with international partners on various aspects of innovating financing for this topic. What are you finding in that journey on innovative financing and working with partners?
Yeah, thanks, Nick, and thank you to IRAP for giving me the chance to talk about the collaboration we've got ongoing with the World Health Organization at the moment to try and facilitate more private finance into road safety. And as Deepan said at the beginning, there's a massive potential to tap into this social finance market. We've seen this explosion of green finance over the last decade, and then social finance over the last 3 or 4 years. It's up and down. There was a lot of headlines at the beginning of the year saying, oh, the bubble's burst, everybody's worried about inflation, cost of living crisis, and so on. But more recently, figures came out for last year, and there's still steady growth in social finance. And this is something that's really now firmly anchored in corporate finance and in the finance institutional world. So it's something that's not going away, I think, and there's a lot of potential. And on the demand side, a lot of businesses have invested in extremely good road safety policy interventions, and they want recognition for that, including in ESG finance markets for that's environment, social and governance mandates in finance institutions for what they've done for their communities. So what ITF and WHO have been doing with businesses is to establish a road safety assessment framework for corporate action and reporting. And this will highlight best management practice in road safety, but it will both incentivize that kind of best practice to spread and also provide a basis for demonstrating achievement of high standards. And we'll present this framework at one of the parallel sessions on Wednesday morning. So stock markets, finance institutions can use this kind of reporting to determine where they put their investment from ESG mandates. And finance, and beyond that, finance industry associations have developed explicit guidelines for green finance and social finance to accelerate this kind of investment. The missing piece is to make that explicitly linked to the benefits of investing in road safety. Now, that's something that's completely feasible, and there are a lot of guidelines out there, not least what's been developed under the US SDGs by IRAP, to make that link explicit. And then companies are asking us now to look at, should we be developing explicit guidelines to do that? And I think that's what we'll be doing over the next year.
Great, thank you for that intervention, Stephen. I'm gonna throw it out to the audience if they wanna have some interaction, any questions. Again, it's a first come, first serve. Okay, there, not shy. Can we have a mic to this gentleman, please? Great if the question is one that can benefit all. If it's a bilateral issue, maybe we can have that offline. Can you raise your hand so you can see where the mic should go? Here, thanks.
Thank you. My name is Pedro Homem Gouveia. I'm from Polis. We're the leading network of European citizen regions working on transport innovation. An issue that has been repeated by all the speakers, I think well, is that there must be an economic case for road safety if we want to attract private investment. Well, if we're going to discuss public health, it's a bit like if we would look at road deaths and serious injuries like the result of a virus, we would quickly conclude that the vaccine has been invented. And it's called lowering speed limits, lowering speed, traffic calming, etc., etc. So the question that we face today, I'm going to finish, is to not so much come up with new solutions, but to accelerate the production, the distribution, and the application of this vaccine, and to overcome those who doubt science and medical advancement. This has been made before with malaria and with many other diseases. I wonder if before there was the necessity of creating an economic case for increasing the vaccination of malaria and other diseases all across the world. Maybe there was. I don't know. My question is this: if you have considered using previous cases where successful cases where public and private investment was brought to vaccine large parts of the population all across the world.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Great question. I'm just going to maybe run the mic across the panel just to give really short reactions to that. I think it's a great question to end on, just to have your reflections on have you seen some things working in other sectors that you want to bring to road safety in terms of financing? Just briefly from my reflections at the UN Road Safety Fund, we launched and funded the first ever road safety investment case. It was something that we did in Zambia, and then since then other governments, including the Gulf countries, have taken that on and self-financed to do road safety investment cases. But that was coming from WHO work on other sectors, work they did on tobacco and alcohol control and nutrition. So this investment case methodology was adapted for road safety. So I know that from the UN perspective, we definitely are looking at what has worked in other sectors to see if it can work in road safety. But I'd love to hear from the panelists really briefly if that's also their experience.
No, I think just maybe one or two comments basically on that. So one aspect that needs to be very clearly understood in road safety, and which also holds true for most public health issues, that while the economic case is very evident, it's very strong, as has been very laid out in the literature, but a lot of the benefit cost ratio, when we talk about that, how much you invest and how much benefits the society reaps. So it is not the tangible money that you profit out of investing. So that's the difference that, you know, sometimes comes where the private sector may not realize what is the profit, you know, in there. And there are several issues related to that, because that benefit ratio of 30:1 will only realized when the government puts up a investable project in front, and often that is not the case. In fact, the reality is many developing countries are not even able to expend their existing road safety budget. They remain underutilized. So that's, you know, it's not a chicken and egg, but still that's more important, that those investable projects come first, the ones that have the potential to leverage 1:30. And I think that would make the case, which, you know, in road safety, currently I would say most of the private sector is not seeing that leveraging ratio yet.
Sure, but very quickly, two things. One, should it be in health, should it be in infrastructure? We need to bring the finance ministers to this. If it's not in the budget, it does not exist, and the only ones that put things on the budget are the finance ministries, so we need to get them in this discussion as well. Second, as private sector goes, private sector is ready to do the investments. We just need to put align the incentives, no? If new roads that are going to be built, they require 3 stars or better, no? And we put that into the tendering process, we'll be happy to do it, no? And so there's a great opportunity.
Yeah, I think the question is very interesting. Frankly, I'm not an expert on some of the cases that you mentioned, previous cases that were a success where we can draw lessons from. But I think clearly when we talk about road safety, we are talking about an issue that cannot be solved via grants. So this needs to be solved via investments that generate a return. And as Deepan was saying, I mean, the economic case is very clear. The business case is less clear. We need investable projects. What's an investable project? An investable project, it's a project that generates a stream of returns, a stream of revenue for the investor. If that stream of revenue is going to be generated, where should it come from? It should come from the beneficiaries of these projects. Who are the beneficiaries of these projects? First, the health system. So probably this revenue of this stream of revenue should come from taxes, okay, from general taxes. Who are other beneficiaries of these projects? The road users. So probably the stream of revenue should come from tolls. Okay, this is not very popular, but this is the way this gets financed usually. Okay, or it can come. This stream of revenues can come from taxes that are very correlated to road use. For example, fuel taxes. Okay, who are other beneficiaries of these road safety projects? Insurance companies. So maybe having some sort of tax, specific tax on insurance premiums would make sense. Okay, but this is the sort of things we're talking about. Thank you.
No, just to add on a little bit, I think that really here it's, when we talk about road safety, we have to understand the political economy of what we're talking about. And part of the problem here, when you compare it to other health issues, they're within the health issue. If you talk about, I don't know, infectious diseases, you talk to the same minister, and the cost of improving this is within the health sector that suffers, that will reap the benefit of these investments, and they also suffer the cost if they don't invest. Here it's, you have the cost in the health sector, but the investment has to be made in the transport sector. And that, they're different ministries, they're different sectors, that doesn't help. It's a different dialogue. And that's why, even though probably from a health perspective, road safety is probably one of the easiest problems to solve that could have the biggest impact, why it doesn't happen. The cost is here, the people that have to, would reap the benefit are there. And that difference doesn't help. The other issue is, we always talk about economic benefits. We should talk, like Michael was just saying, business case. And these are different. Whenever we talk about percentages of GDP, these are future costs that we're bringing forward. When you talk to a finance minister, he doesn't care about that. He cares about his budget for the next 4 years. So we have to start making a business case saying, okay, the direct impact on your budget will be this. And if you do this, the impact will be that. Not talk about, in 25 years, your GDP will be 20. They don't really care about what happens after their term is over. That's the truth. We have to make more of a business case and less of an economic case.
Thanks, Esteban. I'm going to give the last word to Stephen.
Yeah, no, I'd like to agree with Pedro that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. And to tap into social finance, I think what's really important now is to map the performance indicators and the guidance that we use in road safety into what they need in finance industry associations to be able to make the disbursements to the projects that interest us. And the other thing to say is that there's no single finance market. There's lots of different products for different things, and each has an association that needs to do it the way they do it. But the key in all, and Deepan talked about the treasury bonds that have been issued by the World Bank. All the guidance that is needed is in the World Bank's internal guidance documents that gives the market the confidence they need to be able to buy those treasury bonds. It's all there. So we just need to map what's in there to these other kind of instruments, investments in PPPs, investments in project bonds, which have very different financing communities. They need that guidance. We can help them understand that that guidance exists already.
Thank you, Stephen. I'm so sorry, I have to close the event, and I have to also give the floor to Greg, who wants to do an MOU signing. Are we doing the photo now or afterwards? Okay, so thank you so much, panelists, and thank you so much, audience, for your engagement. It was a very interesting panel discussion.
Thank you all again very much. We just want to take a moment to celebrate our cooperation with the Inter-American Development Bank. As Esteban said earlier, we've been working a long time together with IRAP. Oh, I thought we were doing after. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. So yeah, as I was saying, IRAP and the IDB have a long working relationship together, and we're very keen to continue that. At the third ministerial conference in Sweden, we signed an MOU, and we'd like to extend that right now. So Esteban, I'd invite you to take a seat over here. And Miguel is going to sign as well, and there's some pens there, and let me see. Yes. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we have a lunch break now. So lunch will be provided in the hotel that's adjacent to the conference center, in the Mövenpick Hotel. So here you have a little map of where we are now. You can see we're in the Palais de Congrès. If you walk out the front door, take a right and walk along past the exhibition booths, the hotel called the Mövenpick. Inside the Mövenpick, there's a restaurant called the Sarre restaurant. So it's a buffet lunch in the Sarre restaurant. If I could ask that you come back by 1:30, we'll start the afternoon session at 1:30. Thank you, everyone. Right, yeah. You have to go out there. Yeah. Right. I think I said that. Okay, just here, you have to go outside the front door of the conference center, on the street, and then into the hotel.
exciting day. And I would like to start by thanking our colleagues at IRAP, and Judy in particular, for making it possible. And as our panelists take their seats on the stage, this is going to be about capacity building for safe designs and global road safety performance targets 3 and 4. So existing roads and new roads, as we all know. This morning in the first session, actually, that Susanna moderated, we talked about knowledge, training, and the need to adapt knowledge to local conditions and regulations. So this is going to be the focus of this session. How can we make sure we provide the tools and we help every country in the world on their path to providing safer roads and safer road traffic for everyone? So let me take a seat closer to our panelists. This will be friendlier. Yep. Well, there's more capacity needed here. So our first panelist will be Susanna. I don't think Susanna needs any introduction, but let's say she leads the International Road Federation. Susanna, this morning in the session that you led, actually, we heard the minister from Tanzania talk about the 10-step project. And that was an exciting project, and PIARC, which I represent as well here, was part of it. Could you elaborate on that project and what are the lessons learned?
How many hours do you have? Good afternoon and welcome back. I know it's always very difficult after lunch, but I hope with my fellow speakers here on the stage, we'll be able to keep you awake and alive. I think for those of you who are attending this morning, we said a lot about the project, and probably I might spend a couple of moments. Since this morning we talked a lot about building the institutional capacity and how is it important that we have a system in place for us to be able to deliver safe road infrastructure. I might focus specifically on the capacity building component, on which we touched upon briefly this morning, and Neka had a beautiful slide of which all the entire 10-step team is very proud of, the one with the impact that we delivered. In terms of the capacity building or the professional capacity building more specifically, we had what we call 2 different types of capacity building exercises. One that we call the formal, the training, and one was the informal training. For the formal one, and I'm still looking at Miguel sitting here on the front line because he did really put a lot of effort into our training and training activities. We had a series of in-classroom and also online courses. We started with the basics. We needed to make sure, because the audience and the group of people we had involved was pretty large, to make sure that whichever the agency you work on and you have anything to do with road safety, that we would all understand and speak the same language. So we started with some basic road safety engineering courses, and John Milton, in fact, from the side of the PIARC team, was instrumental in getting those fundamentals in place. Then we followed with the road safety auditor course. It was quite an exercise for us. Audits are serious business. It means 60 hours of training. And Miguel is laughing, but it took us a lot of our effort, 60 hours in person and online at that time, because we were also delivering during the COVID. But usually it's in-person training, and which is then tested with the theory exam, he's nodding, and then with a practical exam, because road safety audits are about practicing. It's really practice. So there was then there was another layer of training again, and of course the full suite of trainings from the IRAP team. In terms of the designs and assessment. That was for the formal part, so it was already quite articulated. The second folder was about what we called informal training. We had, for each of the key deliverables of the project, strategy, the action plan, the revision of the design standards, and also the training and certification scheme put in place working groups. And I can't tell you the value of those working groups. When one says working groups, we will say, oh, yes, it's another working group. Actually, there was a lot of learning done in those working groups. First, because we really became a classroom. So we were meeting every week. And in that talking, exchanging, done very often on remote. So we were not traveling all the time. Sometimes we had a mixed approach. We really tried to be as creative as possible with the project, because part of it happened when, unfortunately, COVID was there. And there was tremendous learning done during the working groups because of the exchanges and the fact that we made sure that that working group really encompassed different type of people with different set of skills, all working together for the same objective, delivering safer road infrastructure. The final part of the informal training was then the practice, actually sending all the people we had trained, and we were lucky enough that the project was 3 years plus long. The people we trained, we brought them in the field to test, and that was the beauty of it through the IRAP assessments. We did have also the chance to do some concrete audits out there. And that's, I think, again, one of the added value of the 10-step project, going from, we take you by the hand, from the theory down into practice. And by the way, this morning I was not joking. For those of you who are in this, we still have our WhatsApp groups for the different working groups. They were all connected, all exchanging and sending me texts because they are watching us live, for those who couldn't come. So it's not just about delivering the project or training or giving the accreditation and certification, but we created really a community. It's a team. We recognize each other. We might work in different agencies, but they all connect, they all work together, and there's a lot more coordination in the country thanks to that.
Wow, impressive. Thank you, Susanna.
I spoke very fast.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who's been behind this project in Tanzania, including the funding agencies, obviously. Let me move on to Malawi, still in Africa. So Joel, you're the executive director of the Road Safety Alert Foundation, ROSAF, in Malawi. So you represent an NGO, and I would like to know how you work and how you collaborate with the government of Malawi on star ratings implementation. So it seems easy on paper, star ratings, you do it, but then someone has to do it, and you need to do it well. So if you could tell us more about that.
Thank you so much. Indeed, my name is Joe Ujere from Malawi. First thing, we realized the problem that we have as a country, and we also had to see how best we can learn from other countries on how they are doing this program. So we have been closely working with the IRAP and also learning how they are doing this project of star rating in other countries, such as Tanzania and also some other places. So what we did is to engage the government that how best can we deal with these fatalities, which most of them are the school-going children, women's, and the extra. So we appreciate the government has been a very listening point to say whatever we feel can help, we should bring the idea to them. So through the Ministry of Transport and Road Authority, we engaged them to tell them about star rating for schools. So we had to discuss with IRAP to make a partnership. So we formulated that partnership with the IRAP and the Ministry of Transport, and then the work is started right there. So we asked them that online trainings are not enough. It's better we have at least physical training where people can see practically. So that's how it came to pass that part of our team from the NGO and also from the government side, for the lead agency, Road Traffic Terrorism Safety Services, Road Authority, and I'm very happy that the minister is also on the way coming, and my colleagues from Road Authority, they are also here. So that's how we started. We took an initiative as an NGO to inform the government the importance of star rating for schools, that it can help to reduce fatalities in Malawi.
Thank you so much. It's very impressive that you've focused on vulnerable road users and that you've been able to bring different agencies together, and we'll get back to that a bit later. So, IRAP, Sama, if you could, well, again, congratulations to IRAP for this work, and it's great to be in this partnership with you and with IRF and all the other stakeholders. So we heard from Saudi Arabia this morning about this new Center for Excellence for Safer Roads in the MENA region, which is really exciting, actually, like a focus point. Could you tell us a little bit more about this and how it's linked to the work you do and how you build capacity from an IRAP perspective?
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Yes, we heard this morning from Engineer Al Aboud about the work that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was doing for putting all their infrastructure at least 3 stars or better. So basically, coming from the region, I personally come from Lebanon, and I understand the need of the Middle East and North Africa region. If we all know that most of the low and middle income countries in the region are still lacking behind in improving, in reducing their deaths and injuries in the roads. And here the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has put a plan, not only innovative and using the technology, but have put a plan to raise up to more than 3 stars the infrastructure. So it was and then we were part of the, the training and the capacity building. And here, from there came the idea of having a center of excellence for the Middle East and North Africa. First of all, it is within the region and for the region because of the language, the culture, and because of the innovative role that they have been doing in Saudi Arabia. This center will focus, actually, it will hopefully be launched soon, and I encourage you to discuss with Engineer Al Aboud afterwards to know more about it. But this center will focus on capacity building. That's the major need in the region, to strengthen the capacity, but mainly the capacity of also the decision makers and the advisors to the decision makers in the road authorities, whether it's national or local. We can feel that this capacity is not yet to the level required to work on the safe system for safer roads and safer speeds. So this center of excellence will be focusing not only on the kingdom itself, but on providing training and capacity building for the whole region. I mean, they had assessed around 75,000 kilometers, which is like something the biggest in the world, plus around 40 engineers from the road, the general authority were trained. So we have now capacity from the region, and it's good to give to the region that kind of training.
Well, that's really exciting. I love your expression, from the region, for the region. I'll probably use it again one day, if you allow me. As we discussed also this morning, it's not a situation where a group of countries tell others how they should do things and what they should do. It's important to own what you want to do and to be as close to possible as to the communities. We also do that at PIAC in the Transport Agency of the Future, work that was briefly mentioned. It's important to engage with people and to hear from them what they need and what they want to do. And well, congratulations, and I hope to hear more about it at some point. But we'll get back to that later on. Samira, thank you for joining the panel as well. You with the Anglo-American Foundation. And I hear that you are sponsoring a large-scale project on road safety in Limpopo in South Africa. How is that going? And how is that going to help build capacity for long-term sustainability? And really would like to focus on the long-term sustainability. We all know about projects that are one-offs, that are exciting for 3 years, and then 10 years later, people have forgotten about that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Patrick.
The project really has gone beyond, I think, what we envisioned, not in impact, but also in the ability to really bring a diverse group of stakeholders together. So we have business, we have government, and we have civil society all working together to make roads safer for the Limpopo province. I think South Africa is not immune to all the road safety challenges that we see, and Limpopo province was selected as a pilot program because in terms of fatalities, it's got the highest impact in terms of human-related fatalities in the country. And so this province was selected, and from a development angle, because we're a foundation, you know, it's sort of telling you about the stats. For us, it's about the individual, it's about the family and the community that would be impacted forever. And so we had the Limpopo Road Safety Program designed within Anglo-American, and I don't think it's a corporate intervention, and thank you for showing the picture that you see on screen. And I had asked for it to show just so that everybody could understand the complexity and the level of stakeholders involved in our program. So we have the foundation that is the funder, but we have really esteemed partners. So the Impact Catalyst is the lead. With our subject matter experts, we have IRAP, who's been instrumental in the quality of the program. We have GRSP and our local Council for Scientific Research. And the Limpopo Road Safety Program comprises of over 10 different projects. So it really is multifaceted. It's a multidisciplinary program. And at the core, it takes a safe systems approach, so really looking at the root causes of road fatalities and how do we create sustainable solutions. It's a demonstration program, so we tried many different types of interventions with the intention that we document the learnings and these can be scaled and taken elsewhere. And so to give you some of the types of projects that we're doing, firstly, and I think the most important success factor was that we had the Office of the Premier of the Limpopo Province endorse the project and had their championship, so they are the custodian. And so we developed and co-designed a strategy for the Limpopo road safety, for the Limpopo government. So our strategy is sitting within the Department of Community and Road Safety. You can see on where it says Limpopo Road Safety, these are all the different departments that we collaborated, from land use to education to the enforcement authorities within the department. We also worked with key stakeholders, and we spent a long time putting the strategy together because their buy-in was critical, and we think that taking that feedback really enhances the sustainability of what we do. And other projects we dealt with was the automation of data. So how do you take road incident data and automate it? So there's geolocation tagging, there's data integrity, but also that the Limpopo province can plan with evidence. We capacitated a lot of different institutions, and through IRAP we did the STAR ratings for roads, so we did the training in the IRAP methodology, and this training went out to consultancies, to engineering firms, and to public officials, so really bringing in business and private sector. And before we commenced with the training, we engaged with the Engineering Council of South Africa so that it could be an accredited training, making it more marketable and attractive, so really building the capacity within the country towards, you know, and trying to professionalize road safety in the country. My favorite project was, it was a healthcare project, so we trained 1,200 emergency care officers so that they could be qualified when dealing with post-crash response systems. So these are really emergency care officers that are at the cold front. They're facing the day-to-day impact and dealing with road safety incidents. And they were self-funding their qualifications out of pocket. And so for this province now, it's probably the one province, only province where everyone is trained, and you have emergency healthcare professionals that are qualified. So it's really exciting, and you could really see the tangible impact. In terms of capacity, we also looked at schools and communities. So we had IRAP assisted us with looking at Star Rating for Schools program. We looked at road assessments and road quality of roads around our schools. And then we had GRSB who did the VIA program, which really was met with a lot of success, and we've actually extended that program further. And so it really is a team effort. And sitting alongside this, we had our institutional steering committee, and again, going back to this visual, we had national, South African National Roads Agency, we had the Limpopo Road Agency, all of these different institutional players meeting with us on a monthly basis and continuously, and until today the program is still going on. It's been 3 years. We've got 1 more year out of the 3-year program. They provide the advice. We have IRAP and GRSB also sitting on the technical steering committee, continuously providing guidance and support to the program. So again, I think in terms of sustainability, it really is a partnership, and I think that looking at different innovative models of funding, we are a foundation, so we're leveraging philanthropic funds to convene and use and implement a program on this scale. I think that's been incredibly powerful. And yeah, just again, just want to take some time again to acknowledge the Limpopo government, because without the endorsement, I don't think this project would have been so successful.
Great, thank you so much for the deep dive into this project, and I will be very curious to hear at some point later in the conversation how that has inspired other provinces. So, changing continents, Sang Hin Han is a professor of transportation studies at the Seoul National University in Korea, and is really glad to have you here. And so your country, South Korea, is now reporting record lows in road deaths, which is of course extremely good news. Some ideas, some insights that you could share with us today about that came about, and what role actually the new Korea Road Assessment Program, KORAP, plays in there. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's a great honor to share our experience for better road safety in Korea. So Korea was kind of worst country among OECD member countries when it comes to road safety. We are bottom quite a long time. And many people said we have to find way to improve road safety, and we have seriously looked at the data, crash data, and we found that the possibility of getting killed while walking is higher than possibility of getting killed in the car. That means we have to improve pedestrian safety more than any road user groups. So first thing we decided is to reduce default speed limit in urban roads. In Seoul, for example, default speed limit was 60 km per hour. But we have found most European countries and some cities in America, they have adopted 50 km per hour as a standard speed limit in urban roads. So I formed some expert group to support this reduction initiative, but we have come across strong objections. It should be bad for economies, they said, but in the end, some political strong will has succeeded, and now it's legalized. It's a law to reduce speed limit to 50 km per hour as a default speed limit. That's the first thing, and that should be good for bicyclists as well. Second thing is to make obligatory to to make a full stop before making right turn. In Korea, it's allowed to make a right turn on red, but before we do not care about whether or not they stop before making a right turn. But now we enforced to make a full stop before making a right turn. That is very helpful to reduce pedestrian crashes between cars, from the cars while cars are making a right turn. And we are decided to adopt pedestrian priority streets. I wonder if I know that kind of terminology, but it has started from Netherlands. They said it's a UNARF in English, but in Dutch they said BONEF. It gives priority always to pedestrians rather than cars. Maybe it's very bad for passengers or drivers in the cars, but it helps to reduce number of fatalities for pedestrians, particularly in residential areas or streets in commercial areas. So it was quite effective, and it was also legalized, and we have successfully reduced number of fatalities so far. So if I share the statistics in Korea, in 2013, the number of fatalities about 5,000 people. But in 2023, after 10 years, what is the number, do you think? It becomes half, so it's around 2,500 at the moment. And now we are not in the bottom among OECD member countries. Now we are in the more or less, we are quite near to the average at the moment. So it was quite effective, I think. That's the good experience for Korea. If I say more about Korea Road Assessment Program.
Maybe we'll come back to that.
Okay, yes.
We have time for a second round of questions. But I was really impressed, thank you very much, that you used data to identify where you needed to focus your efforts on, and also that you, in addition to infrastructure, of course, you focused on driver behavior and identified a particular group, which were pedestrians and cyclists. This is why a conference such as this one taking place here in Morocco is really important. We take all components, drivers, vehicles, behavior, health and emergency services, infrastructure, so we can really make sure that we all prioritize and all engage together. So go wrap in a few minutes. So Natalie, you are with the United Nations, the Office for Programs and Services, Projects and Services, sorry. And I hear that one of your greatest achievements, you say, is about women, at helping women get proper training and also get into the workplace, which is really familiar for PR. We're really trying to work on this as well. So I'm really eager to hear from you. And as everyone can see, this panel is one of the most diverse we've had in terms of gender inclusion. So congratulations to everyone who's organized it and to the panelists for this. So can you please, Natalie, tell us a little bit more about how important that is for road safety? Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me and having this conversation with brilliant people today. Quickly, I think it's very important to get women involved in the workplace. It's a diversity of in the decision making. It's empowering women. And I think and the women have different mindset, different experience, so bring women in this decision is important. I can give you a quick example. Prior to being director, I was a project manager in road construction, and we had men and women doing road signal for the road safety. And we noticed a lot of time there was a big difference when women was doing this job versus men. I mean, women are very motherly, so they take really more time to explain to children, elderly people in the community, because we were working more in the rural areas to be more safe, be careful, take the time to explain. And you know, other people was just, okay, go ahead, pass. And you know what, if you don't educate people, people will not understand road safety. And when I say empower women, this is not involved in road safety, but one project we did is when we do project in rural area, we often hire non-skilled people. And the non-skilled people are often the women that we hire to do the little work. And the more skilled job are often given to men. But we're trying to balance it out to train women in iron work, in road safety, so to make sure that men and women have equal chance. So, and equal chance means equal financial chance, because having a more skilled job brings more money to the household. So this is education, empowerment makes a big difference in our world, and especially in rural world. Thank you.
Well, I'll give you another example. Thank you so much. We decided to work on gender balance in all our activities, and there was some pushback from some of our experts who said, well, yeah, sure, but it doesn't apply to me. I'm a tunnels expert. I really don't see a connection. And we really insisted. And then they came back, well, actually, we found something. We realized that in case of an accident in the tunnels, men and women don't behave the same way. Men and women don't behave the same way in face of risk. And if you don't take that into account when you design your emergency services, you don't serve your transportation users properly. So really congratulations for that, for those insights. And we'll continue. I think we have time for a second round of questions and discussions. And again, thank you very much to all of our panelists for being available today. So Susanna, you need to tell us more about this. What is the Global Road Safety Auditor Registry? I understand the word, but I'm really curious about what that is. I'm sure everyone in the audience is as well. And we know about road safety audits, and that this is the next level, right? So please tell us more. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick, and I'll try to be a little bit briefer than I was before. Apologies to my fellow speakers and colleagues. First of all, on the gender part, and to linking to the 10-step project, we had a record number of women engineers being trained, and Miguel is very proud of that. And actually, when we were testing them and passing the exam, I'm speaking under your authority, they actually scored better than the men for a number of reasons. Now, this is not a competition, men and women. It's basically making sure we make space, as you just said, for everyone, because different perspective, different skills, same objective, maximize, the impact of what we are doing. The registry is in the same line of thinking. We realized that, we spent quite a number of years trying to make people understand, and when I say people, it's policymakers, colleagues, other organizations, the entire ecosystem, on the importance of road safety audits, and the importance of making them mandatory every time you have a project. And I think that is now streamlined in some of the procedures. I see colleagues from the multilateral development banks in the room, and they can tell us later on, I think, how they're doing that. Of course, they cannot force the hand of the countries. They remain, they're sovereign countries. But there are ways to, make them understand and channel efforts in a certain direction, because, again, it's evidence. We know that if you do that, your project will have a different type of level of safety. We realized as well that once that first step was done, and yes, we understand what audits are, and we understand and recognize that they are useful. Unfortunately, there's been a bit of a over-proliferation of certification training courses left and right, so it has become some sort of commercial for some, and there's a bit of risk with that, because the auditors has a very strong responsibility. And we, as Dimitris, my president, was saying this morning, we feel that responsibility. Those people should feel it too. So I'm looking at this side of the table because I know the Saudi delegation is here, and it's extremely important that once you appoint an auditor, that he or she has the right qualifications to do that job and do it properly. This is not about ticking a box. Oh, yes, I've done my road safety audit. It's making sure it's done properly. And that's where the idea of the registry came. It's if you want to support all this effort by putting a little bit of order, we know there's commonly recognized standard when it comes to road safety audits. You know, it's a certain number of learning objectives, a certain number of hours, an examination and practice, and we need to make sure that we all align with that. Many of the banks have their own manuals on safety audits. All say more or less the same thing, but it's still to be structured a little bit. The idea of the registry is having a space where we can check the credentials of people, we can create an incentive for people to be trained, to be accredited, and we can raise the standard. That's basically what it is all about. It's not about, and I want to make that very clear in this room, it's not about IRF taking a monopoly and trying to deliver all the training courses. No way. We felt there was a gap, and we're trying to offer a tool that will give everyone an opportunity, including the banks or the governments, when you're saying, oh, in this project you need to perform a road safety audit, you can come back and check, does this person really has qualification? What kind of qualification? So it streamlines and accelerates the process. The long-term objective, and I'll finish with that because I'm being long, it's also to make sure that we push countries to create their own training and national training and accreditation scheme. You don't have necessarily to rely always from people coming abroad. You have a chance to create your own national certification center. You must do that because your country has certain specificities that have to be taken into consideration. And so we hope that with this initiative, we're also pushing the countries in taking that first step. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna, and congratulations. When you push for a quality program, sometimes you make a few enemies on the process, but in a medium to long term, everyone benefits.
Yes.
Everyone benefits. I'm really convinced of that. And if everyone wants to work with Susanna, after the session, you can talk.
We have a booth actually, so we have a full wall about the international registry. So, and I have Olivia and Julia at the back of the room. Raise your hands. We have flyers. They will be there to talk to you, and Miguel as well on the registry and the accreditation process.
There's been such progress in the field of road safety. A few years ago, we were still debating audits versus inspections. What's the meaning of those? And now we moved on to having quality programs. It's really great. So, in Malawi, you mentioned earlier that you were working particularly with vulnerable road users, pedestrians in particular, not only, but in particular them, and that you were working with various agencies. And could you tell us more, as an example, on the work you do for schools, the star rating for schools program, which I think is underway in Malawi?
Oh, yes. The star rating for school programs, we realized that if we want to deal with the fatalities that involving the school-going children, we need to have the right formula that our friends also are using. So we thought that all the key players should come together, as I said, area one, but we needed at least a capacity that people should know what to do and how to do it. So we have at least quite a number of schools that was accessed just online, and people couldn't really know who was doing it. But we knew that IRAP was behind it. So we thought, oh, fine. How best can we at least take responsibility that all those involved should come together? So with the Ministry of Transport, the acceptance into the partnership with the IRAP and our organization, and also the road authority, the ones responsible for the roads, to make sure that at least our roads in Malawi should be on the standard, according to the international standard so that at least we should move in the correct way. So in this initiative, that's where now we wanted to make sure if we are doing the assessment, what should be the standard like? If we are assessing the schools alongside of the road, what should be the standard like? So we have seen it that we have started, we should say that, as an initial point, because we knew that whatever comes, whether the development to change the school alongside of the roads, maybe where no children are crossing to school, no, it cannot be done unless we have proper assessment. So we did it, and it's an initial stage. We have done it in a M1 road, where the government is doing the M1 rehabilitation with the partnership with the IRAP. We have assessed over 400 schools in distance of 303 kilometers. So that's the part of M1 road, but the other side also is still not yet done. So in short, we noted that if we can come together and we have the right approach toward it, we'll be able to achieve the results that we want. So we are not yet there, but at least the work, there's a good progress. So long the key players, they are there, the government is willing, the international partners, where we can also learn to see how they are doing in other countries. And if we have that direction, we are very sure that the support we may need, it may not come only from the government side, but even the international partners, the donors can come in, because there's a room that is open that everyone who feels like to take part toward that can be involved, because the foundation we have put in the right way. Let me also say this. We as an NGO, sometimes we can build a work or destroy a work, because the approach of advocacy that we take, we come up with a solution based. We first find out if there's a problem and a solution toward that. So we go to the government to talk to them in a way of bringing a solution. So they welcome us, they say, oh, this is the right way of doing it. So this kind of approach is giving us a milestone in Malawi that even our partners that are working with us, they find it very easy. You can talk to the minister anytime you want, you can talk to the road authority anytime you want, because the approach that we are putting in is not for like you are fighting them, oh, you are failing, oh, you are not doing that right way, no. But we are bringing the solution, how best can we solve this problem.
Very impressive. And next thing, you'll be teaching other countries how to do that. Thank you so much, Joel. Samar, back to you. So we know that in the last years there's been improvement in road safety worldwide. Overall, that's in the latest United Nations report, but that's not always the case in low-income countries, and in African countries in particular. There's been an increase in road fatalities. So maybe with your perspective, could you tell us a little bit more, what could we do? What would make a difference to help reduce deaths and maybe injuries in low-income countries?
I think it's the most difficult question that will be asked in the whole conference. Well, first of all, we are very lucky to have this conference happening here in an Arab country and in the same time in an African country as well. Because we hope that it will get a lot of focus on Africa, because the numbers, as I was saying before, are still lacking behind. And we hope that this will leverage or will get a little bit more interest. Two things that I believe are major. In low middle income countries and in the region, still the safe system approach is still something that is not familiar to a lot of people. So we still need to have those who are dealing with the road safety or the decision maker being convinced that there is a need for a safe system, a system that works irrespective if a new minister is coming on board or if politics change, a system is working anyway. So that is a major challenge in low and middle income country. Secondly, in the region, I think that talking about capacity, there's a huge need in strengthening the capacity. I can give an example. When I myself, earlier in my career, worked for a road authority, when someone is facing a decision in a position where they have very little budget, and their role is not only to do road safety, their role is to deal with the road. They are the road owner, let's say. They have to fix the road, they have to look at the pavement, they have many things to do in their responsibilities, and they have little budget. How can they make the decision? And it will always be the case. And a lot of time we see that road safety is being sacrificed. Therefore, for example, one amazing tool is like to be able to say, okay, where do I start first? By saving lives, for example. And the IRAP tools can help, at least in the decision making, to decide, oh, let me start with the one-star road that are really the bad ones. So my tiny budget will be focused on a maybe smaller part of the road, but I know the effect, so I have a tool. And I think this is lacking in the low and middle income country. The decision makers even at the engineering level, like not necessarily like the head of the authority, they are facing to make a decision. They don't have enough fund for that, and they don't know how to decide. So this is where strengthening their capacity to understand how to maintain or fix or build the road by really putting the priority on the safety. This is what I believe is at least a first step.
Thank you so much. Capacity as well as data, if I understand correctly.
Yes, because the data will have to be supporting their decision. And that's a no-brainer. It's not like they woke up in the morning and in front of their house, there is a hole in the pavement. Yes, I want to fix that. Maybe the hole is not a big deal, but the lack of a sidewalk next to a school is a bigger deal. So when you see the data that's saying this is really 1 star or 2 star, but where there is a hole, it's still not as bad, then here you are. You have the data and you can make the decision.
Exactly, thank you so much. So back to Limpopo. And Samira, so you had this, you presented this Limpopo road safety strategy. And as we just heard, we just heard from Samar, we need to prioritize sometimes. So how did that strategy help focus engagement and collaborations in the Limpopo province and maybe other provinces, as I mentioned earlier?
Thank you. So I think the strategy initially helped us to listen. Sorry, is this better? Okay, so it really helped us to listen. You know, when you say that NGOs can sometimes be the problem, we approached the department to say we want to fund a response program. We'll train members of the community to respond to emergency care. And they said, no, 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 there's liability. So we went to them and said, well, we've got the funding, we will buy ambulances. And they're like, but we just put a tender out for 500 ambulances, we don't need it. And so eventually we were like, well, what do you need? And that's when it gave rise to our emergency care officers are actually begging for training, and they need to be trained. And so I think that really part of listening is really also an important aspect of that capacity building and of that of your interventions. And it sounds simple, but it really can be hard sometimes to get it right. And I think that the strategy for us is quite a landmark and something that we do celebrate, because it's the first comprehensive provincial road safety strategy that's linked to the national road safety strategy. It strives to implement global best practice, so it's aligned to the global action plan, it's aligned to the tools under the Decade of Action. And we spent almost a year just engaging with different stakeholders that would collaborate and try and take on that feedback. And one of the things was we linked communities to micro-enterprises around road maintenance, and that allowed us to use road safety as a tool for economic empowerment. And so I think that also helped within this. In terms of other provinces, I think that people are starting to pay attention. So on our data project, where we started documenting road incident data, we've now aware of other provinces that are looking to do this. It's quite simple. It really is around GIS technology. It's inexpensive. And so we have to now record our lessons and share that. And so for the next year, in addition to recording our lessons, it's also a year of exit for us, because we understand that an intervention has to outlive the funding. And so how do we work with the department around capacity building so that across all the departments, education, policing, healthcare, so that when we walk away, this can outlive us.
Thank you so much. Really, this is really very impressive, and as said, with the people, for the people. This is really also a great formula that you seem to be applying. So, Sangjin, I interrupted you earlier about the CORAP program, so now is the time. So, can you tell us more? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, CORAP stands for Korea Road Assessment Program, but it's not officially decided yet. But as a project manager, I named CORAP for Korean Road System. Before starting this project, many people working in the field of highway design complained about assessment. What's wrong with road design standards? We always keep the standards, so there is no way of having wrong roads, they said. But as we know, there are some road sections with high number of crashes. So there is something wrong in highway infrastructure. So we have to do something about it, I always said. But still they said, design standards is standards, and we followed it. So there is no need of assessment. There are some people. We studied about attributes that should be coded for IRAP star rating. And we found that we can divide attributes into two groups. One is for attributes belong to design stage, and the others can be in the maintenance and operation stages. So for example, radius length for horizontal curve, that is decided in design standard. That cannot be changed later. But in the case of rumble strips, that can be added in the operation stage. So we have distinguished that attribute according to the possibility of a change. And I think that's useful to persuade highway designers. You can make better design. Also, you can make safer by adding or eliminating or improving road facilities that can be added later stage. Yeah, so that is the main focus of CORAP, and those study results will be published in the academic journal, maybe next week. So that is one point. And second feature of CORAP is adopting AI, as Endit company already done about it, but we are also assessing some kind of qualitative attributes automatically using AI. So if pavement is good or not, it's quite depend on judgment of people, but we can make it better using AI. So that is one feature of CORAP. And the last thing I want to mention is to develop the facilities that can monitor road infrastructure at low-cost vehicles. I mean, LiDAR equipment and cameras that's very heavy and expensive, but we try to make detachable equipment that we can attach in any kind of cars. So many developing countries can make most of it if we are successful to develop. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. That's really interesting. I wonder whether your auditors are registered with in IRS registry. But that's probably the case. And Nathalie, back to you. So UNOPS, of course, one of your tasks is to help countries build roads all around the world. So is local capacity an issue? And if so, what do you do about it?
Yes, it's an issue, but it's not an issue we cannot resolve. What we usually do, for us, capacity is not only the local, but it's different stage of local. The local community, who's the workers that we do EMO projects, so we hire local people. That's one component. We're trying to build capacity, so for the sustainability, because at the end of the day, we do the roads, but we need to teach people for the maintenance of the road, because usually the road you leave, people forgot the maintenance. The people that will live there, they will have children, grandchildren, so we need to educate them in maintenance of the road. Secondly, it's also our engineers to always bring them a highest level in the education and road safety and road construction, to always be able to understand and implement the international standard. Thirdly, is also the local suppliers. I mean, we procure a lot, but usually we procure a lot by big companies, and we forget the local small enterprise. And when you do that, you kill the small communities and you bring frustration. And frustration sometime in rural area could bring little riots. So you have to take account that you need to, what we do, 80% sometime we buy in big company, but 20% we buy locally also. And also we make them understand the quality of the type of material that we need. So they also step up at their game also to give us quality equipment or material. And lastly, the municipalities. They're responsible to the road, they're responsible for maintenance, but sometimes they lack of capacity. So we need also to take into account that we need to get a close relationship with them, build their capacity, create that linkage also. They do have it often with the community, but strengthen that linkage between the community and the local government for the maintenance, because maintenance is the sustainability, is the future. If you don't teach people how to do this, at the end, you build a beautiful road. A few years later, it's not like you spend money for nothing. So yes, it's a challenge, but there's many things to make sure this is no longer a challenge and work towards it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm really glad you used the word maintenance. We all know that roads are assets and that they need to be maintained. But this is only one of the many facets that you include. So this brings us almost to the end of this session, but we have time for one or two questions from the floor. So I see, well, that's it. We have 2 hands, maybe 3 hands. So I can't really see you there from here. Please, thank you. If you could introduce yourself and present your questions in a few words, please.
I'm Aubrey Elliot Nyanga from Roads Authority Malawi. I'm the traffic and road safety engineer. Yeah, so mine it's a bit of a comment on what Joe has been sharing about Malawi, because we have a lot of issues in relation to road safety. And in the first place, I would like to say that the capacity to carry out road safety in Malawi is not quite substantial, because we are just commencing on the area of road safety, and the recognition for safe system designs is not quite popular in Malawi. But at least with the help of the lead agency, the Directorate of the Road Traffic and Safety Services, we have managed to come up with a National Road Safety Strategy, which was launched by the Minister of Transport and Public Works. So from the road safety strategy, there are some targets that have been set up to 2030, and one of it is for capacity building. because we don't have road safety experts that are really qualified and are self-aware of the safe systems approach methodologies that are there, as well as the IRAP methodologies. So with the National Road Safety Strategy, and as an agent of the Road Authority, I've been talking with the big bosses so that we should at least incorporate, for starters, we start with the star rating for schools. So I would like to incorporate star rating for schools in all our designs by starting with the formulation of the TORs, so that by the time that we are formulating the terms of references, we include clauses whereby the consultants would have to do star rating for schools, so that we ensure that all the new roads that are being implemented at the moment and going forward, they take into account an element of the IRAP and assess all the schools in which the road is passing by, thereby protecting the children which are most vulnerable in most of the cases when the infrastructure has been improved, because the speeds tend to go high and the crashes tend to increase as well. So we'd like to do that for starters. And in the years to come, we are also looking at developing the capacity so that the consultant, the local market consultants, they should also do star rating for designs. But
Thank you.
It's an issue that we would have to look at it in the years to come. And I think the last thing is, I would like to, maybe at the end, I'll meet Samira to see how they did it in talking with the consultants and having them trained. It's an area that I would like to learn. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you can continue the discussion. And I thank you so much for this testimonial. And there was another question at the back. I saw a hand. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for this session. My name is Taya Goris from Delft Road Safety Courses. I'm educated as a traffic engineer, so this topic is at my heart. But I also know, as reflected by the panelists, a safe design, let's say, is coming to a safer design, is a complex issue. You could say it's the top of the iceberg. We need to think about teams, maintenance, organizational skills development, individual skills development. And if you think of it as an asset, our capacities need asset management as well. I just wanted to support this session and also reach out to the panelists to see how we could contribute with our safe systems trainings to also build capacities for safer designs together. Some of our alumni have been successful in implementing legislation, ways of working in making road safety audits obligatory, for example. Many other examples, but I don't want to, well, make this session any longer. So thanks again, and looking forward to engage with you.
Thank you so much. I think there's a registry somewhere that you might be interested in as a road safety auditor expert. Thank you. We really appreciate it. And there was a hand there on my left. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. This is the engineer Abdullah Bakhsh. I work for the National Transport Safety Center in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The center is responsible for overseeing the safety across various modes of transport: aviation, roads, railway, and maritime. And the center is led by our Chief Executive Officer, Captain Tayyip Shamri. He's sitting here in the first row. I would like to thank you all, the speakers, for the fruitful discussion. Only two questions I wrote down for, maybe it is going to be targeting Ms. Zamataru and Ms. Samar. Would you be able to provide details on the types of training programs or workshops offered by the IRAP/IRF? Additionally, what types of accreditations are available and how long does it take to complete these courses or accreditations? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, how long does it take? Susanna, do you want to go first?
Thank you very much. Yes, for the road safety auditors, as I mentioned, is 60 hours training. Usually it's 2 full weeks. in person most of the time, because it needs a lot of interaction and smaller classes to the extent possible. I know the budgets sometimes don't allow us, but Miguel likes to work with smaller classes because it needs that interaction one-to-one. So in 2 weeks, depending on the level already that you are starting, and if you go through the exams as well and you pass those, you can easily get your certification. So 60 hours training. But again, I want to restate it here. Audits, it's not just about getting your stamp and certification. It's about practice. So if I can use this to make a comment also on the Malawi gentleman at the back, fantastic work. And when you're doing those TORs for the projects, make sure as well that not only you ask for star rating of schools, but that somehow you say, make sure that we take the people from the country that have just gotten their certification, for example, on road safety audits, and you train them, because they need to practice. We suggested that to the minister in Tanzania. They're doing it, or they have done it a couple of times. You're not obliging the contractor to hire that specific local person, but we are just asking that, okay, he can come with his international consultant or whoever his auditor is, but he needs to make sure that he brings with him 2, 3 of these people that have been trained locally, because that's how you build the capacity within the country. Take them and give them a chance to do the practice. I hope I answered.
Thank you, Susanna. Samar?
I will be faster than Susanna. You can simply go to the Road General Authority and ask them how much it took them to get accredited and to have the training. It was quite fast. What's important, and here I join what Susanna is saying, is not only to get the training, to be able to be in a position to do the work, to be there to maintain the road or design the road. So it's crucial that the training is done for the people who are really going to do the work of rating it, assessing it, and upgrade it. But for the number of hours, it also depends on how fast you can go, because some parts can be done online right away, some other part needs a little bit of training, and then I can liaise you with our training director afterwards. But most importantly is that you already have a great experience in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, because we have many now trained and accredited people who can already train others. So that's what's important also, is to, when you have an accreditation, you can train, you can be a trainer and train. Therefore, the Center of Excellence, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is thinking of having, because they can do a proper training to other countries and to the other people in the country, in KSA.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This brings us to the end of this panel. I would like to thank our 6 panelists really warmly. We've touched upon data, we've touched upon training, we've touched upon accreditation, quality, so next level, audits and inspections. So I think we've covered, it looks like we've covered the whole range, speed limits. And this has been really, really intense. So I'm sure there are more questions, so feel free to contact the panelists during the break. And I would like us to give them a warm round of applause. There will be a family photo now, and then there will be a surprise announcement after this. So, could we all go to the floor? Ferry, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Patrick, and thank you so much, panelists, for this very interesting panel discussion. I hope you will stay with us for a couple of minutes longer, because as a board member of IRAP, and the secretary of Delft Road Safety Courses, it's a special moment for me, because what we learned here is that capacity building is very important, and IRAP and Delft Road Safety Courses are working very, very hard on this. But that's not the reason why I'm here. The reason why I'm here is that working on road safety needs commitment and needs knowledge about what happens on the roads. And it's a great pleasure and honor to introduce to you my friend and former colleague in Europe, Robert Staba, president of the European Federation of Road Traffic Victims. Robert, please enter the stage. And at the same time, I want to ask Miguel Nadal, as the chair of the Board of Trustees of IRAP, and Greg Smith, as the acting CEO of IRAP as well. Robert. Please.
So first I would like to give this to my friends, and for me it's very, very important, because I never dreamed that I would be here like president of European Road Victim Organization. I was always dreamed that I would be here like person who was responsible for the road safety in the most beautiful country, Slovenia. So because they save so many lives, and because they are such great people in this IRAP family, I would like to give this award to the whole team, to all those people who save their lives, what is the most important part, and I will explain a little bit. So this is from our heart, from European Road Victim Organization, and I hope so that you will still work so hard and save many, many, many lives, what is the most important part. So thank you, my friend.
Very quickly, Robert, thanks a lot for this recognition, for this certificate. We appreciate it very much. It gives us even more strength to move forward. I want to say that this is an award, a recognition to the IRAP team. I want to say hello to Rob McInerney, our CEO, who cannot be with us today. He's following us online. Rob, we miss you, but we feel you very, very at heart and very close. Not only Rob, but the whole team, Greg, and all the people that are here. I won't name them all because I will forget someone. I don't want to do this. It's a recognition also not only to the team, but to all the partners of IRAP. This morning we insisted very much. Our IRAP is a partnership organization. We have all sorts of partners, governments, NDVs, NGOs, suppliers, universities, you name it. And I think this is one of the big strengths of IRAP. So thanks a lot. Of course, I will bring this to the board. We really appreciate it. And this, as I said before, this gives us further strength to keep moving. So thanks a lot. Thank you.
So those days you will hear a lot about road victims and the numbers. So the road victims were coming with names, surnames, and life stories. For us is the most important that we are talking about life and love. Not because I just coming from Slovenia, which have love inside the name, but because I would like to encourage so many countries who are still not partner of IRAP. So when I was responsible for the road safety in my country, Slovenia was the worst country in the Europe between 2001 and 2007. I'm like professional and civil engineer. We didn't know how to deal with this, so we invite Europe in that time, and Europe with this philosophy, because this is not just program, completely change our lives and road safety atlas. Today, my country is top 5 countries in Europe, and I really need to say thank you very much for everything what you've done with your excellent knowledge, support, and this heart. So please understand that we would like that in this conference we talk about safe lives, and this IRAP really saved a lot, and I know for many, many other programs. So love each other, feel each other, and work together, and that's the most important in the name of European Road Victim Organization. Thank you very much.
And now it's coffee time. Yeah. So enjoy the coffee.
So when everybody's ready, what we'll do is start the next session in about 1 minute's time. So if you can encourage people to come in, that'd be really good. What's that? He was sitting back there, but... Judy, he can join us part of the way through, because he only joins us after Miguel's done his bit. Let's give it a go. Brilliant. So the start of the next session, prior to having a panel session, what we're going to have is a quick award ceremony. So this is for the Gary Liddell Memorial Award. But rather than me explaining just how phenomenal a person he was, what we're going to do is run a video to introduce that. And to somebody that I hold in just as high as esteem as Gary is, of course, Miguel Nadal, and he's going to be coming up here, so the IRAP chairman, to actually present and take us through the awards ceremony.
I'm sorry you're going to get tired of me, but no, this is a very important moment for IRAP. It's a moment to celebrate the Gary Liddell Memorial Trophy and to recognize the work of the best performing roster authorities in the world. The video has shown a little bit of who Gary was. Gary, he was an engineer. He was not an economist. No one is perfect, but he was an engineer. He joined IRAP, if I recall correctly, in 2013. He became a member of the board of IRAP, and in 2017 he became the chair of IRAP, and he was chair until 2022. The time when Gary was the chair of IRAP is the moment, the time when IRAP consolidated itself and became what it is today. IRAP became a world organization, increased its number of its staff, increased the number of partners. IRAP really consolidated itself under when Gary was the chair of the organization. As you can tell from the picture, I mean, Gary was I think basically he was a good man. He was a very wise man. I mean, he was someone who was always very quiet, which may sound exceptional these days when people tend to talk so much and so loud. No, he was very quiet. He was someone who would listen more than talk. I mean, I can remember when we had board meetings, the presence of Gary would often go unnoticed. You would say, where is Gary? It seemed that he wasn't there until we reached the point of the conclusions. And then Gary would come and elaborate the conclusions and strike the perfect balance between the different positions that the different members of the board had, trying always to keep consensus within the organization and trying to strengthen the organization. And I think this is a big virtue that Gary had. It will be, I think, next Saturday, 2 years that he passed away. We missed him very much, but we remember with pride his legacy, no doubt. I think we have a video from Gary's wife that we can show, maybe, James?
Hello, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking Rob McInerney and Judy Williams for giving me the opportunity to be involved with the Gary Little Memorial Trophy presentation. My family and I would like to congratulate this year's nominees. It is a huge commitment for the various countries to take on and work towards eliminating road deaths and injuries by 2030. When Gary started his civil engineering degree at Melbourne University in 1971, he would have had no preconceived ideas that his life would be perpetuated with this wonderful award. He was a student of the 70s, long golden red hair, scruffy jeans and a new zest for life. He worked diligently towards getting his qualification, but also enjoyed the freedom of university life. After qualifying, Gary started working with Vic Roads and applied himself to learning more about road and bridge design, surveying, traffic management and road safety. All these components he applied to the many road construction projects he worked on, with the end game being road safety. Gary would be thrilled to know that there are countries worldwide aiming to improve their road safety systems and infrastructure, to encourage safe driving and bring awareness of all that surrounds them, including pedestrians. It was Rob McInerney who approached Gary to join IRAP and was thrilled to be involved and eventually become the chairman of the board. From there, he watched IRAP's expanding development in the awareness for road safety. Congratulations to the well-deserved winner of this year's trophy and all the participants involved. The Gary Little Memorial Trophy is by no doubt an amazing honour for him and my family, and I sincerely thank you.
Stage, please.
A little shorter than everybody else. Thank you very much. My name is Judy Williams and I'm the Global Program Manager of IRAP. It is my honour this year to present the 2024 Gary Little Memorial Trophy. I worked with Gary for a number of years and it means a great deal to us to honour this very special man and mentor as he was to our IRAP family. The calibre of nominations this year was very high, with 12 highly competitive nominations from 11 countries. For this reason, the judges have decided to present not just one winner, but also 4 additional trophies consisting of 2 rising stars and 2 shining stars, recognising their excellence. So, without further ado, recognised this year as a rising star, the municipality of Lima for its Col Caminos program, creating safer school journeys.
En Lima, trabajamos por lo más importante.
In Lima, we work for the most important element, our children, and through the improvement of safe roads, we're creating a safer environment for them to reach their destination. Throughout this year, we've made great changes to enhance road safety, such as the installation of vertical signs, speed bumps, and horizontal markings. These actions have benefited more than 5,800 students and their families, because the safety of our children is a priority. But this does not stop here. We also conduct road safety education campaigns. We promote respect and responsibility on the road. We believe that educating today is protecting tomorrow. This project is a result of a great teamwork with our partners. And this shows that when we come together, we can transform our cities. Additionally, thanks to the Street for Kids program by the Global Design in Cities Initiative, we renovated school areas like Mukewawa, where we recovered 850 square meters of public space for the community, thus benefiting 288 students and over 800 residents. At the Metropolitan Municipality of Lima, we reaffirm our commitment, a friendlier, more accessible, and safer city for everyone.
What a wonderful initiative. The Municipality of Lima's Colcaminas program launched in 2020, with Lima recognised as a winning city of the Vision Zero Challenge. It has since become a central element of the 2024 Provincial Road Safety Plan. The judges recognised the significant impact that the program has made in improving the safety and livability of Lima's streets for children and their families, through infrastructure upgrades and improved road safety awareness around 230 schools. Please help me in welcoming to the stage Star Rating for Schools Coordinator Min Vo to collect the municipality's trophy. Thank you, Min. Also recognised as a rising star, Main Roads Western Australia for its Tonkin Highway project.
Main Roads Western Australia is truly honoured to be shortlisted for this prestigious award, which recognises road authorities dedicated to eliminating high-risk roads. Western Australia is the largest state in Australia and is about the size of all of Western Europe. Consequently, we manage the world's second largest domestic jurisdiction, second only to the Sakha Republic in Russia. With such a vast road network, we are constantly striving to lead the way in road safety and innovation, delivering better outcomes for the future. By leveraging IRAP tools, we've refined and validated our plans using innovative safety strategies that prioritise people first. The Tonkin Highway Extension project to the south of our capital city, Perth, is a key example of our commitment to designing safer and more efficient roads for the future. It aims to transform one of Perth's higher risk road networks into a safer corridor for all road users. Using IRAP's advanced assessment tools, the design achieves the minimum 3-star safety ratings for all road users, in line with the UN Global Road Safety Targets. Significantly, however, pedestrians, cyclists and equestrians will benefit from 5-star facilities, while car and freight vehicle road users will experience enhanced 4-star conditions. This 14-kilometre extension will shift traffic from high-risk roads to a modern, safer highway corridor, significantly reducing exposure to danger. Currently, 62% of the area is only rated 1-star, with limited facilities for active users. The new design proposes a 70% reduction in fatal and serious injuries, with 100% active user coverage and safer conditions for all. The project reflects innovative thinking in road safety design, with IRAP tools validating our design and prioritising safety with a people-first approach. We've also developed methods for equestrian trails safety and incorporated crime prevention through environmental design principles for safer public spaces. This major road extension is the result of collaboration with both the Australian federal and West Australian state governments, local councils, IRAP and community stakeholders. Together, we're creating infrastructure that not only meets today's needs, but also sets a sustainable standard for future projects. As we move into the construction phase, our focus remains steadfast on achieving safer roads and better outcomes for all road users. Thank you for allowing us to share our strong commitment to striving for road safety excellence.
The judges applauded Main Road's commitment to achieving 3-star or better in the Tonkin Highway design, and in particular the fantastic 5-star safety rating that they achieved for active users. The project involves starting for designs, which is an essential tool for all road designers and road authorities. It can help them to achieve that minimum 3-star safety rating in their designs before construction commences. It also included that strong community engagement and demonstrated innovation in their pursuit of IRAP certification to validate the results and to manage horse movements, which was an important consideration in their local context. The project and its comprehensive approach to road planning is an inspiration not only to other major projects in Australia, but further in the world. I welcome to the stage, please, Peter Jamieson to collect the trophy on behalf of Main Roads. Thank you, Peter. And now to our shining stars, Himachal Pradesh Road and Infrastructure Development Corporation for its Safer Roads in Himachal Pradesh program. IRAP tools, including star ratings and safer road investment plans, were used to assess over 7,000 kilometres of state roads, identifying high-risk corridors and informing a 5-year plan of action for prioritised safety improvements across 16 critical corridors in this Indian state. With the support of co-funding from the World Bank and state government, they rolled out a series of comprehensive road initiatives, including infrastructure upgrades, implementation of a crash data collection database, AI-based traffic enforcement, training of more than 5,000 engineers and police, and community-driven programs. The corporation has shown exceptional leadership in leveraging the IRAP methodologies to significantly enhance their road safety and save lives across the state. Their approach is well prioritised, with a long-term commitment to funding, strong outreach to local stakeholders, capacity building, and use of advanced technologies for road safety. They've achieved a significant reduction in road crashes, especially on those critical state corridors. I welcome to the stage, please, Craig Arnold to collect the corporation's trophy. Thank you, Craig. Also recognised as a shining star, Saudi Arabia's Roads General Authority.
In the heart of Saudi Arabia, Vision 2030 emerges as a transformative blueprint, heralding a future characterized by security, prosperity, and an enhanced quality of life. This ambitious vision is supported by an extensive network of lifelines that weave through the nation, each telling a story of resilience and determination. A cornerstone of this initiative is the Road Assessment Program, KSA RAP, recognized as the largest program of its kind globally, covering more than 73,000 kilometers of roadways, in alignment with the recommendations of the International Road Assessment Program. IRAP, the Roads General Authority, has committed significant resources to the enhancement and development of this vital infrastructure. For 2024 alone, a massive investment in road rehabilitation projects has been accomplished. In addition, $120 million has been allocated for work packages dedicated to enhancing safety, which have yielded a remarkable 2.4% improvement in road safety. An impressive 80% of the roads are expected to meet safety standards of 3 stars or higher by the conclusion of 2024, surpassing the global target set for 2030. This achievement is projected to result in a reduction of approximately 80 fatalities and injuries annually on the RGA's network. Driven by an unwavering ambition, Saudi Arabia is dedicated to elevating this safety standard to 90% by 2030, ensuring that its roads are not only safer but also more efficient. On the international stage, the Kingdom reinforces its leadership by partnering with IRAP to establish the Middle East and North Africa Regional Office, MENA RAP in Saudi Arabia. This strategic collaboration represents a significant step towards reducing road accidents across the region, focusing on the exchange of knowledge and the development of innovative and effective traffic safety strategies. Together, these initiatives contribute to safer roads and a markedly improved quality of life for all citizens.
I'm sure you'll agree the Roads General Authority has demonstrated significant innovation in the impressive scale and implementation of its road safety projects. They've achieved remarkable safety outcomes. The judges noted the authority's ambitious policy-driven and data-driven application of IRAP tools and how it's optimizing road safety for all road users. Dedicated investment and local leadership has been embedded in KSA-RAP, helping to promote sustainability and scale. I welcome to the stage again, please, Mohammed Alabout to collect the trophy. Join me in putting your hands together for RGA and all of our 2024 finalists. And now this brings us to the winner of the 2024 Gary Little Memorial Trophy. Advancing road safety in developing countries presents many challenges, as we know, and this year's awarded winner was a standout for its wide-scale application of the IRAP approach, their large scale of mobilised investment focused on all road users, and their rapid scaling of partnerships and capacity to save lives. And the winner is Tanzania National Roads Agency, TANROADS, for its 10-step plan initiative. It's estimated that road crashes claim more than 16,000 lives a year in Tanzania. And Tanzania, as you know, was the first country in the world to apply the innovative 10-step plan for safer road infrastructure, with TANROADS an instrumental implementation partner. The award-winning project was jointly funded by UNRSF and UK Aid through the Global Road Safety Facility of the World Bank. It saw the expansion of road safety assessments to 10,000 kilometres of roads and bus rapid transit corridors under TANROADS jurisdiction, using the IRAP methodology. Results informed evidence-based investment plans for safer road designs and upgrades, using national investment as well as projects financed with the support of the World Bank. National leadership and capacity building were reinforced through the launch of the locally led TANRAP road assessment program, and a national training accreditation and certification scheme was established to support that long-term road safety capacity building of TANROADS engineers in the use of audits and the IRAP methodology and tools. Working together with local, national and international partners, TANROADS is leading TANRAP activity, which continues to support evidence-based policy and investment throughout the country. Among key achievements delivered by TANROADS was the development of a national road infrastructure safety strategy and action plan, and the revision of the Tanzania Roads Geometric Design Manual, prioritising the safety of all road users. The embedding of IRAP assessments within TANROADS Road Asset Management System will also support that operationalisation of 3-star or better safety across all forms of road investment. TANROADS is a key stakeholder delivering Tanzania's new 3-year road safety plan, which includes the IRAP methodology and integration of improved road design and inspection systems with IRAP certification to improve the safety of the country's roads. The institutionalisation of this and local leadership is going to ensure that the full potential of safer roads to save lives will be realised long into the future, reinforcing Gary Little's commitment to public service, impact and sustainability. Please join me in welcoming to the stage His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Aliga, Minister of Works for Tanzania, and also Mr. Mohammed Besta, CEO of TANROADS. because I'd like to welcome you back to the stage to perhaps say a few words on behalf of TAN Roads.
Accelerated. My name's Mohamed Besta, and I'm taking this opportunity to appreciate the people of Kingdom of Morocco for the hospitality and generosity since we arrived here. I'm also very much happy for this organization of this conference, and the gratitude goes to the entire organizing team. And I would like to appreciate also the efforts that was done by the team at TAN Roads, but also to recognize the founding person who was my predecessor, Engineer Mativila, Rogatus Hussein Mativila, who is now the Deputy Permanent Secretary with the Ministry of Local Government in Tanzania. On that note, I don't want to say much, but we'll keep on where we started, and we want to go through all around making sure that 10-step is actually being realized and sustainable in Tanzania. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Besta. And His Excellency, Mr. Aligo, would you like to say a few words as well? He said it all. Okay. Wonderful. Perhaps the Tanzanian delegation would like to come to the stage for a quick photo with the trophy.
Probably we welcome everyone around here to Tanzania, to visit Tanzania.
Okay.
It's a good country. You can find Mount Kilimanjaro, Serengeti, and everything over there. So you're all welcome.
There's one more. One more, just if you'd like to come around the front, maybe. Two more. And can I just bring back all of the winners, please, to just have a trophy with all of our winners on stage. Please join with me in congratulating all the winners of our 2024 Gary Little Memorial Trophy. Thank you very much. And can I please just now invite Miguel back to the stage for some final remarks.
Okay, great. I think it's been a great ceremony. Congratulations to all the awardees. And well, we hope that all the road authorities are already starting their application for next year's award. We look forward to welcoming you, to meeting you. I don't know where the prize giving ceremony will be, but I'm sure that all your efforts to improve road safety worldwide will be worth it. So thank you very much. We keep in touch. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Miguel. Next up, we've got a panel session. We're going to very much focus it on tracking performance and partnerships and working together. So can I invite to the stage Mr. Musa, who's the president of the African Roads Maintenance Fund Association. In addition, can I invite Mr. Ruman, So he's Secretary of the West African Road Safety Organisation to the stage. Can I also invite Suzanne Hipp, Executive Director of the Network of Employees of Traffic Safety. Can I also invite Steve Phillips, Secretary General for the Conference of European Roads Directors, Directors of Roads. Also, can I invite Natalie, Safer Journeys Lead for Africa. And then finally, can I invite Julio Uzur, Global Projects Director for IRAP. So unfortunately, this session is going to be very much a quick-fire panel session. So good luck, everybody. And think about partnerships. And the first thing that jumped to my mind was very much about CEDA and about how your members collaborate together. And could you tell us a little bit more about this, Stephen, about how they deal with those conflicting priorities and how do they make sure that actually road safety gets the airtime that it needs? Okay, I think first, actually, I just want to... Is this working? Is that working? That's working. Okay. No, I just want to follow on, I think, from the previous, the awards, because, I mean, it's to a certain extent, I would stress, you know, for us, partnerships, it starts with what's in the name. Because what CEDA is about, you know, people refer to CEDA, it's the Association of the Road Authorities. No, CEDA is the Association of the Directors of Roads. And I think that's the point. And if we go back to the previous session, what we heard a lot about was individuals. And I guess my point there is partnerships are not made between organizations or countries or whatever. They are made between people. And I think that comes through very, very strongly. So it's that collegiate spirit, it's that working together, and it's also about, in this space, you know, you talk about the challenges, it's about being able to sit in the room and recognize that other people in that room face exactly the same challenges as you, have to make the same tough decisions, address the same priorities, the same conflicting objectives, and that's part of it. So that's why, you know, between them, you know, when they came up with their Vision Zero statement, which very much focused on a number of things, talking about your conflicts. The first one was recognizing or stating road safety, of course, is a core part of sustainability. I mean, we look at the, you know, it's on the thing, you know, we kind of say, well, but actually it's not, because it's more fundamental than that, because, you know, we still have challenges, particularly in Europe, you know, of how to address those conflicting priorities, where sustainability often is seen as over the top of road safety. You know, we see so many issues with public procurement, with other, you know, so the challenges of sustainability are often placed in conflict with road safety, and how do we address that? Then there's issues about how do we address road safety for everyone, and I think there's some important elements in there, such as we talk about a lot about, you know, being careful what we measure, and it's also what we don't measure. So, for example, issues like, what do we mean by Vision Zero? Because if there is a single death on the road, then, you know, we have to reflect that. And so things like, you know, not only the vulnerable road users and on all the you know, the others, but even suicides. So how do we, you know, really build strong, concrete metrics for that? Road safety everywhere, I think, is a key one. We focus, and I have to be careful in this room, you know, we focus on 75% of roads, but actually we also have to deal with the 100% of roads. And how do we address that element? And the final one, and I don't want to dwell on that too much, because again, this is about people, but it is the technology. And I guess I would say, after so many years in this, you know, at the end of the day, the technology is there. You know, it is there. So what's holding us back? And we need to, you know, build those strong partnerships and those people connections. Brilliant. Thank you very much. And you're talking about challenges, and so almost I'd like to hear from you, Susan, and tell us about the impact of poor road infrastructure and the challenges that it brings to the next member countries. companies?
So first, what Steve mentioned, it's the human factor, of course. You know, we're all in this room. We know that road safety impacts the people. We have to get that message out to everybody else that's outside this room. The organizations that work with NETS, we have around 130 member companies, private sector companies as members, and their biggest asset is their drivers. They have to protect their drivers, and if they don't have good infrastructure and they're sending them on roads without good infrastructure, they're much more likely to crash, have fatalities, have injuries. But it's not just that human factor, it's also just the physical damage, the cost of the cars, the replacement, you know, if you have to replace the car or fix it. And of course, leadership, bottom line with a lot of companies, it comes down to cost, right? So you have to focus on the people. You're trying to protect the people, but you also have to focus on that cost of crashes. And if you have poor infrastructure where your drivers are speeding, for example, or maybe there's a lot of our organizations operate in urban areas. What if you have roads where there's no crosswalks for kids going to school, where there's no signage? You're much more likely to hit some of those vulnerable road users. No bike paths, you're going to hit some of those road users. And so as an employer, you are liable, and you have to keep that in mind. And so you have to have policies in place to enforce safe driving. For example, distracted driving. If you have drivers out there who are distracted and they're on roads that are curving and there's no guardrails, for example, they are much more likely to crash. And so employers must realize that they are liable for that, and they have to protect not only their drivers, but the communities where they're operating. So infrastructure really plays a big role in people that are out there driving for work.
Brilliant, thank you very much. And earlier we were hearing about infrastructure and how it's an asset. And of course, as an asset, you need to maintain that. So if I move across to Mr. Musa, and maintenance of roads is of course critical. And it's important for ensuring the roads remain safe in the long term. Later on, you're going to be signing an MOU between yourselves and IRAP to partner on safer roads. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that means for you and your member countries?
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much for the floor given. I will speak in English. I would first like to thank IRAP for associating the Association of Road Builders in Africa. For those of you who may not know us, we are an association of governmental organization responsible for financing roads and road safety. So we have 35 members from West Africa, 6 from Central Africa, and 9 from Southern Africa, and 9 from East Africa. We manage these 35 countries who are decision makers when it comes to the financing of maintenance of roads. Our resources are those that we collect, for example, on tolls or tax on petrol, fuel imports, but we realized that only 5% of our receipts were dedicated to road safety, and we believe that we must come closer to IRAP, as the decision makers need to be made aware of how crucial road safety is when it comes to budgeting road funds, especially with the appearance of third-generation roads. Somebody mentioned this morning taking into account road safety when designing a project. So it is important that these decision makers be made aware of and take into account road safety when it comes to designing and maintaining roads. We also have had significant exchanges with IRAP to provide a tailored approach. The situation is different between West, Central, East, and Southern Africa. So we will be working hand in glove with IRAP to build our own capacity and help us identify the hotspots of accidents that already exist so that we can better address these issues and reduce accidents and improve road safety. That is the domain we are working on, and I think that our action plan with the IRAP will be successful.
You as the Safer Journeys lead for Africa. So what's your expectation with the signing of these MOUs with regional organisations such as the West African Road Safety Organisation and the African Road Maintenance Fund Association?
Thank you, James. In short, we hope a lot. And I think signing these two MOUs with regional organization is again to say we commit to life all together. We want to activate more cooperation on regional corridors, reconstruction, rehabilitation, maintenance, capacity building. We want to do it all together. We want to be able to meet and discuss issues that are cost countries for all our users. That's in short what I would say.
Brilliant. And Mr. Ramon, you're going to be signing an MOU as well. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and what it means to your organisation?
Thank you, James. The West African Road Safety Organization, WASO, which was formed in the year 2008, has as cardinal objective to coordinate all road safety initiatives through improved strategic partnership and to coordinate in line with the best practices. So our organization has been organizing programs over the years. Last year we met in Conakry, Republic of Guinea, and it was decided that WASO and IRAP should partner to form WASO-RAP. WASO-RAP is a working language that will help WASO to form synergy with IRAP in training the personnel of road safety agencies in the 15 member countries of the West Africa. And with the MOU that will be signed, it's a 3-year agreement between WASO and IRAP, where all our personnel will be identified, the corridors to be assessed, and the training programs will be organized by IRAP, going to all the 15 member countries, and that's some of the lead agencies' heads are here today to witness this MOU. So since last year, we've been working with the IRAP Secretariat to develop that agreement, which will become, it will come into force as from today when the MOU will be signed. So that is what we aim at doing between WASO and IRAP. And we believe that by next year, most countries in the West Africa sub-region will win the IRAP award as Tanzania won just a week ago. Thank you.
Brilliant. I'm sure it will happen. So, yeah, think about that and partnerships like that. Susan, what can you share about companies collaborating on road safety projects for the common benefit?
Sure, collaboration is so important. We say at NETS a lot of times that road safety is not a competitive advantage. It's working together. It's not one company being better than another, and we have to share best practices, which we do at NETS. Our member organizations share practices, but we partner with organizations such as IRAP. For example, we're talking about looking at a program in the Permian Basin in the U.S., which is a highly traveled oil and gas area, very unsafe roads. Not great infrastructure, and it matters to employers to keep their drivers safe. And so we have to collaborate with others that are working towards this same common goal. And in terms of the governments and ministerial delegates who are here, your employers should have a say in the infrastructure and collaborate with them on improving road safety because they operate in those areas. They know those areas. They know what it's like to send their drivers there and how to keep them safe. And so private sector really should have a voice in making improvements in road safety. And so collaborating together, it's all working towards the same focus and trying to protect people and trying to protect drivers. And the private sector organizations really need to have a voice in that conversation.
Brilliant. And you were mentioning about best practice, and in terms of road safety as a whole, certainly safe system is best practice, because that's the only way we're going to see that Vision Zero. In terms of that, the global plan, of course, calls for it. And one of the responses for CEDA is your transnational road research program. You've recently opened up a call for that. Could you tell us a little bit more about this, Steve, and what you expect from it?
It's an interesting. I'm just intrigued by you say safe system is best practice, and I'm wondering, does anyone actually practice it? And I don't mean that to be provocative, but it's just a recognition. You know, it's just reflecting on when we started talking about the safe system. We had a number of road authorities directors say, "Well, I don't manage the safe system. That's another department." But you're part of the safe system. Well, yes, but it's still, well, which is that other department, and who's responsible for it? And so there is this kind of, I think, still very nebulous idea about what is the safe system, or how do we define it? And that's part of this discussion. The first thing, I think, is pretty much every road authority, you kind of look at it, okay, it's a road authority, you know, it says what it is on the tin, but so many road authorities in Europe and around the world have very different responsibilities, very different mandates. Some are still very much just the infrastructure, so they're very focused on what IRAP is doing. Others have a broader scope. Fundamentally, of course, the people are actually dying on their roads, so, you know, actually it doesn't matter whose ultimate responsibility it is. You know, the consequences are on the roads that are actually being operated. But there is this notion of how do we actually operate within a system. So recognizing, I think, first that it's a system, and not forgetting the word system, that we cannot break it down into lots and lots of individual silos and basically rub our hands and say, well, we've done our part. And that's why I mentioned, you know, earlier on, you know, things like, you know, the road safety for everyone, because it would be, you know, I think in many countries, you know, for example, suicides are taken out of the statistics. Now, as a road authority, we could have the discussion, well, why not take out drunk drivers as well? Why not take out, you know, vehicles that suffer, you know, vehicle failures, for example? You could get back, you know, say, okay, we've achieved Vision Zero because we've achieved our IRAP, but that's not going to achieve Vision Zero. We know that. So the point is, how does an authority, and how do authorities, which only have limited scope in terms of management, how do they work within that safe system? How do they understand those? And I think Samar mentioned it earlier on, you know, that's going to be difficult, because at the end of the day, you have to do your own job, and you'll get, you know, complaints if you're doing someone else's job. So the first point, I think, you know, going back to our program, the first point is to try to develop what is our common understanding of what does the safe system actually mean for a road authority, and how do we sit within the safe system.
Brilliant, thank you very much. And earlier we heard very much about Tanzania's 10 Steps program and how much of a success that's been. So Julia, going over to you, you're just about to be starting the 10 Steps plan in Senegal. What do you think are going to be the main challenges you're going to face as part of this? And what are the main impacts for the country that you can see as part of implementing it?
Yes, thank you, James. The main challenges in Tanzania, I think that it was for sure the coordination of different institutions and stakeholders. We worked different organizations such as IRF and PIARC and IRAP, but also we worked with local organizations such as TANROADS and Tarura, and also NGOs and engineers and consultants, etc. So the main challenge was how we can get the support and the credibility also of all the institutions and individuals to work towards one goal. And as we have seen today, the results were very, very, very important. I think that during this session today, it was mentioned that more than 500 people were trained, and we assessed thousands of kilometers. And also at some point, Tanzania was the #2 country of a country with more accredited people in the world. So because we were really building a momentum in the country. And what we have seen here in this session also is a reflect of that. You see here that there are so many institutions and also country representatives. I'm not going to mention all of them because I don't have that memory, but we see people from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, from Morocco, from Senegal, from Malawi, from Tanzania, from different countries that are here because they also understand that the IRAP tools are there to be used. The IRAP tools are for free. Nobody has to pay to access the software or something. And also we have this philosophy in IRAP that we are here to enable others. This is what we do. We don't go and do the assessment. Are other institutions, engineers, companies, the ones that do the work. So in a nutshell, to me, the challenge was that one, the coordination and support from different stakeholders to understand that we have to work together for one goal.
Brilliant. And you're talking about enabling others. Certainly one of the ways we do that as IRAP, through your role, is through strategic projects area, in which we're running, at the moment, more than 20 projects actually helping enable others around the world. And of course, that's across all continents, all countries, languages and legislations. In terms of implementation and impact, what does a successful project look like for you?
Yeah, in terms of the implementation, basically, and this is exactly what we were talking also with the colleagues from Saudi Arabia, the adaptation to the local conditions is something that is very important. In IRAP, we work with a set of tools that are used literally in more than 100 countries. So not all the countries, they have the same necessities, the same, of course, culture. You have diversity in languages. Things that work in one country, maybe they don't work in other countries. In my case, I live in Brazil, and there are some things that in Brazil definitely don't work, but those things do work in other places. So in short, in order for a project to be successful, you have to have a really, really good understanding of the local conditions. You have to use local people, so you have to have ownership of the local people, and it's not a matter of coming from outside and imposing or proposing something that is that worked in the past, and you think that is going to work immediately in some countries. So local ownership is, I would say, the key element for a project to be successful in any country.
And certainly that local ownership is key to getting that high impact. So Natalie, thinking about high impact, what would you say are the most urgent and critical targets for actually achieving that for safer roads in Africa?
You know, in Africa we talk a lot about road corridors. Road corridors are major roads. They cross capitals, big cities. They bring goods from the port to another country, and of course they are vital for the economy. And the way we measure the performance of these road corridors in the time and cost of transport, the time from A to B, the cost from A to B. It is important, of course, because at the end you have the price of 1 kilo of sugar for the final population. What we forget to say when we say road corridors or regional corridors is these roads at the same time are national roads. They also cross through small cities, small villages. As a matter of fact, many schools are constructed along these roads, and many children walk. And more than daily, like more than 50%, even 70% of daily travel are by foot or cycling or motorcycling. So for many, many decades in Africa, we've been constructing roads for goods and vehicles. Now, for the next decades, we need to start constructing roads for people. That's the first thing. The second thing, in terms of impact, okay, we have partners you know, technical, financial partners, donors, they are convinced of that. And let's say they are in full agreement with us that they should finance this. But then you reconstruct the road. It integrates a lot of safety measures. 1 year, 2 years after that, the first thing that disappears in the performance is safety measures. And then it comes to how do we maintain that and sustain these actions. So these are the two main poles for our generation to achieve in Africa.
Brilliant. And before I ask the last question to Mr. Ramon, just to get everybody prepared, I'm going to open up the floor for a couple of questions. So if you can think of your best question to any one of these or all of the panel members. But whilst you're thinking about, Mr. Ramon, so at your most recent meeting, you adopted the Conakry Declaration. Apologies for the pronunciation. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Thank you, James. Just as I said earlier, that WASO organizes programs and events, and the organization is the hub for policy initiatives and programs in the West Africa sub-region. When we met in Conakry in the year 2024, about 7 months ago, we were concerned about safer road infrastructure in West Africa and sustainable transportation, which was the center of our discussion, and IRAP was there. We seized the opportunity the organization came together and then decided that there is need to get experts in road assessments across the 15 member countries of the sub-region. And IRAP is willing to partner with WASO in achieving this dream. So by the year 2030, all our roads, major corridors in the sub-region will be assessed through our personnel that are trained. So we ensure that the decision of the assembly, at the 11th assembly, was contained in the declaration of the Conakry Declaration to make it formal, so that those who were not there, even Morocco was represented. And they see a kind of collaboration within the West Africa sub-region, that we are coming together to fight a common scourge on our roads in order to reduce fatalities and injuries. So the Conakry Declaration is binding on all the 15 member countries of the sub-region to ensure that our personnel are trained, then our roads are identified by lead agencies in each country, and IRAP will deploy their tools and their personnel to train our staff. So that is what the Conakry Declaration was all about. And, all our aim is to arrive at safe system approach ahead of the global target of 2030. Thank you.
Stunning. So opening up the floor to questions, has anybody got a question for members of the panel? We'll go for the one over there. That was the first hand I saw shoot up. Can you introduce who you are and who you work for, and then ask your question, please?
Thank you very much. I am Pate Balde, Executive Director, Road Safety and Driving Standard Association, the Gambia. The first of its kind. I have the opportunity to be part of this session today. However, my questions, before I ask questions, I have to go into certain issues affecting my country, that is the Gambia. As we all know, the Gambia is a very small country with less than 2.5 million people. But if you look at the statistics of road accidents, Gambia ranks 4th in Africa in terms of road accidents, and is 8th in the world, 8th position globally. So it's alarming in the Gambia. And the political will is what I believe is what the Gambia is lacking when it comes to road safety. We are finding it very, very difficult even to collaborate or to work with government in our country as a CSO. So we really need a solution for the Gambia. A small country like the Gambia, almost every day we have road accidents on our roads. Roads infrastructures is very, very poor. And training of drivers is what we are lacking. Gambia does not have formal way of training their drivers. So it's just local trained people who will be driving just 1 month or 2 weeks. You start driving and you are giving a license, a driving license. So the system, we need a system change in the Gambia. And I would really appreciate your support, because we are currently involved in a lot of sensitizations, but we need support, really. The question that I want to ask here is, how soon will you also consider the Gambia? Because I have not heard anything about the Gambia. How soon will you consider the Gambia enriching us in terms of community sensitization, training of our members and others, all stakeholders, so that at least our policies, we can have very good policies with regards to road safety. So thank you very much.
Brilliant, good question. So probably I'll start with Natalie with that. Oh, go for it.
Thank you. And thank you, my brother from the Gambia. The Gambia is a member of the West African Road Safety Organization. And we've been working since the creation of the organization with National Roads Authority of Gambia and the Ministry of Transport and Works and Transport, yes, in the Gambia. So the working with your agency is not a problem with WASO. And the MOU that will be signed between WASO and IRAP, Gambia is contained because Gambia falls within the West Africa sub-region. So we want to assure you that you have been taken care of even in your absence. So we are ready to work, to collaborate together, and then to ensure that the Gambia is considered. On driver training, I want to recommend that within the West Africa sub-region, we have agencies that are doing well, that have experts in road safety and driver training. Like, for example, Nigeria. There was a time the Gambia approached FRS, Federal Road Safety Corps of Nigeria, for training of their personnel. The training did not hold due to some internal arrangements. But and I assure you that the Chief Executive of Road Safety of Nigeria is here, and with WASO will assist the Gambia in that regard. Then you can as well approach countries like the Sierra Leone that are taking cue from the Federal Road Safety Corps of Nigeria in boosting their agency. So with that, I want to assure you that Gambia will be at the same level with other countries in the sub-region. Thank you.
Did you want to add anything, Natalie?
Maybe I can add something. Yes, Gambia is fully part of this agreement, is part of the 15 Warsaw country, and therefore is beneficiary of all the activities that we are organizing. Plus, we are in very close contact with the Department of Transport from the Gambia for star rating and road assessment. So maybe you are not aware, but we are in contact. Thank you.
Brilliant. And I believe that there are IRAP KPIs as part of this strategy as well that have been included within that. We also had a hand pop up over there for a question. So if you'd stand up, introduce yourself and who you're with, and then ask your question, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Engineer Michael Njonge. I'm in charge of traffic management and road safety at the Kenya Urban Roads Authority. Now, I couldn't help but notice in the awards that the best performing organizations were national roads authorities. And I don't know to what extent this contributes their ability to set long-term plans with regard to issues road safety. And I don't know whether, and also the fact that, as Natalie said, it is the arterials when they come into the urban setups and there are changes in land use that our observation is contribute to the highest fatalities and crashes. And to what extent does the change in management, you'll have the national highways coming into jurisdictions that are either county or urban, contribute to making this high level long-term planning possible? Thank you.
Brilliant. Would anybody like to volunteer to answer that question first? So probably what I'd say is like for observations for myself in terms of the role of different jurisdictions is, yes, the national road authorities are typically the ones you'll see earlier. And often what we see in a country is that they can often be the ones that can adopt it first, because they have the larger budgets and they can make those changes quickly. And they then become the enabling organisations to demonstrate to other organisations, whether it's like local authorities, this is how you can do it and this is what the practices are like. And so it's almost like they're building up the expertise that can then be aggregated throughout the country. So we've seen this certainly in the UK with national highways. So we've been working with them for a long time, despite them not necessarily having the highest risk roads, but because they've got the highest flow roads, they can have a significant impact. And they've since built up expertise and that understanding and how IRAP can be utilised effectively in the organisation. And that's now actually been resolved back down into the local authorities, and they're now picking up. So we're actually seeing those second-tier roads that typically are actually the highest risk per driven kilometre also now being addressed. So sometimes it's about building that local initiative and that local ownership, and then that will flow through from it. So, go for it, Steve.
I fully recognise that, and I think there is this issue, you know, in an ideal world, yes, that it tends to be the National Road Authority often is the guardian of the standards. It's the biggest. It's the, you know, it should be acting like, you know, almost like a parental role. But when it breaks down, then it can break down quite spectacularly. And I think that's one of the issues, you know, when it comes down to priorities. So, you know, is the national authority, is it part of its role recognised in that role? Yeah. Or is it just, you know, individuals, whether for historical reasons or whatever, are doing that? I think there is a move, as I say, to kind of recognise in that I'd use you know, there is no net zero in road safety. And I think that's part of the rationale now that's coming in, you know, is you know, just achieving Vision Zero on our national roads is not going to be enough, especially if, and I'm not saying this is happening, and I think that the trends are, you know, especially if you like, you're exporting fatalities to the secondary road network. And we heard the issue already, you know, about that danger where the priority roads may be, you know, can be impacting on the secondary road. So I think there is an issue to be addressed there. And I guess one final one, just to follow up on what Natalie was saying. I think there's also the issue of, you know, recognizing ultimately where does the money come from and how do we assess that? You know, we heard about that, and I think too often we find out the cost-benefit analysis that we see in a lot of our schemes are not recognizing road safety to the extent that they might be, you know, journey times, for example.
Brilliant. We'll go for one last question. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to put an example. You had just named the UK. A part of everybody knows me here as the toughest teacher that you can have for a road safety auditor training course. I work as a road safety manager in the Gloucestershire County Council. And they brought me to the council to implement the SAFE system. How can you implement the SAFE system when you have only £600,000 per year to try to reduce all the numbers of collisions and people dying on our roads? And that is a fact, because this week, on Wednesday, we are going to have the the budget for next year. And the budget for next year is not going to exceed £800,000. So the gap between the work that we need to do, and I'm in a local authority that is the 5th worst in the UK. So they brought me here in order to solve the problem. But for more that they want to say that we are adhering to the safe system, we are not. We cannot. We don't have the funding that is required for that one. We need to convince the people that they are above me that the safe system must be cascaded down. You cannot go up. Even I'm a believer, okay, and I have been doing this for many, many years. If the people that they are above me, they consider that, I don't know, that electric bicycles, they are a lot more important for the active travel rather than saving the lives that they are having in the roads, they are going to invest 3 times more in that kind of things or renewing the fleet rather than in the road safety that is concerned to this kind of things. So just a reflection, it's not a question, it's just the real life that I need to live day by day. Brilliant. And that is a problem.
I completely hear that. We've come to the end of this panel session, and I want to say thank you very much for all of your insights and for joining part of this panel. What we're going to have is a quick photo call for the panel, but then I'm going to ask Mr. Ramon and Mr. Moussa to stay with us on the stage as we have an MOU signing. So we'll quickly have our photo, and then we'll do the signings. Thank you very much. So first up, we're going to have the signing with the African Road Maintenance Fund Association. So if I could ask Mr. Moussa and Greg to the table. Brilliant. And then, so if I could ask Mr. Moussa to sit back down, and then Mr. Ramoni is going to join from the West African Road Safety Organisation for an MOU signing with IRAP's acting CEO, Greg. Brilliant. Thank you very much. It's great to work with you guys. And so thank you for everybody for coming along to this 10-step session. And of course, 10 steps, the only way that's possible is actually through partnerships. So to actually provide us some concluding remarks, can I introduce Susanna back up to the stage, and Patrick and Greg just to provide us with some, just with some concluding remarks. So Susanna and Patrick, do you want to come to the stage? Sorry, you've heard enough from Greg today.
You have to be there as well.
We need to sit or stand?
Feel free to stand, whatever.
And where is Greg?
No, Greg's got to dash off, so I'll rip it.
Okay, you're wrapping up. Well, I think it has been quite an intense day, and we must be all very tired. It's the first day, I'm already losing my voice. I think, James, you just mentioned partnership are the single most important thing here. So I hope you will leave this room today knowing that yes, you have a lot of challenges, yes, you have a lot of work in front of you, but also that you're not alone. And not only there are plenty of instruments to help you out, but I think we have shown with this event there's plenty of people competent and ready to help you out, and you're not alone. So make sure you reach out to us, IRAP, the IRF, and PIARC. We also have a booth in the exhibition. Come and talk. Tomorrow I'll be at the booth most of the time because we are having so many meetings, and the team is also there. So make sure you reach out to us, talk to us. We are here to help, and we will love to help you out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'd like to thank you, basically, and IRAP and our colleagues at RF and our partners for this event today. First of all, I mean, the fact that this is a ministerial United Nations conference on road safety, it means something. There's not such conferences every day on every topic. It means at the highest level, our ministers have decided to make it a priority to save lives and through road safety. So lessons from the conversations today, there's just too many to note down. Knowledge is available. It needs to be adapted. There are people who can present knowledge, who can help you adapt it, but we need to work together between communities, operators, and experts who can definitely do that. So please stay here in Marrakesh for the full week, ask questions, engage, make proposals, who knows, and I'm sure we'll be working together in a very, very near future. Thank you.
So thank you very much for everybody coming along, whether it was in person in the room or whether it was at home remotely. We very much appreciate you listening to us and taking us on board. And yep.
Some members of the Warsaw countries representatives are here. They want a picture with the...
Yeah, brilliant. So we're going to have a final photograph with some of the Warsaw members. Feel free to jump down. I think I need to, be honest.
Ostravo. En français, Ostravo. En anglais, Warsaw.
We're going to jump down.
very much, everybody. And have a really good, productive rest of the week. Thank you very much, every week. Bye.
Piga kwa hivi kwa hivi. Tayari
Si ndio hii hiyo hii ya kushoto. Piga kwa kusimamisha, piga hivi. Simama hapa. Simama. Mzee anatokea hapa bwana, mzee alitupiga uwanja. Mtuone. Hivyo piga hivyo. Njoo pale.
Sorry. Ya, kwa kweli nashukuru sana. Hii hapa kama mnavyoona, yes. Asante. Jamani, kuna karatasi hao wameacha.
Oh. Yeah, sorry. Picha. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Inaonekana Haya. Asante.
Kubwa na inaendelea zaidi kwa ufasaha mkubwa, lakini imekuwa ni hatari zaidi hivi na hivi kwa lengo la kuweka na nini